Day 4 of the Croatia Rapid and Blitz, the third stop on the Grand Chess Tour. The legend Garry Kasparov had a tough day of fast and furious blitz, while Maxime Vachier-Lagrave closed the gap on tournament leader Jan Nepomniachtchi, leaving all to play for with the title on the line. The tension is high as a champion will be crowned. The final day of exciting action coming up next.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Zagreb for the final day of action of the Croatian Rapid and Blitz. We're in front of Glavni Kolodvor, the main central station connecting the city to all points around this amazing country. Well, the only thing faster than the trains will be the players' hands as they have 9 rounds of exciting blitz. And to call all the action, we're gonna jump to the studio with Christian and Yasser.
Welcome back everybody to beautiful Zagreb, Croatia, the host of the third leg of the 2021 Grand Chess Tour. What a scenic place to continue our summer of chess at the Grand Chess Tour. Here from the studio, I am Grandmaster Christian Kirilla and I'm joined by Grandmaster Yasser Serawan. Yasser, good morning.
Good morning, Christian. As always, a pleasure to call the action with you and Maurice. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of the Grand Chess Tour, Croatia. I tell you, it's been chess wars going on, but as we started the Blitz yesterday, it was 2 stories. The return of Garry Kasparov, oh my goodness, an epic fail, and an extraordinary jockeying for position for first. Let's take a look at our standings, Christian.
The standings right now look incredible. We have Jan Nepomniachtchi with 17 points in the sole leadership position. Then closely behind, we have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Yasser, what do you think of this?
Absolutely. Take a look at the second column as you see that Jan scored 6 out of 9, but Maxime got 6.5 and crept closer half a point. But also Anish, Christian.
Anish is doing amazing with 15.5 points, only 1.5 point behind the leader, Vishwanathan Anand, the 5-time world champion, the Tiger of Madras, is on 14.5 points. Tied for 4th position also is Jan-Krzysztof Duda with 14.5 points. Alexander Grishchuk and Shakhriyar Mamediyarov are tied for 6th position with 13 points. We have Anton Korobov with 11.5 points in 8th position. Kasparov, as you were mentioning, Yasser, a lackluster performance yesterday. He is in 9th position with 10.5 points. Jordan Van Forest in 10th position with 9 points.
And our format, Christian.
We had, for the first 3 days, we had rapid game in 25 minutes with a 10-second increment. Those days are over right now. We have the blitz portion. We have blitz game in 5 minutes with a 2-second increment. Absolutely no draw offers. The players will have to find a repetition, a stalemate, or they will have to have absolutely no material left on the chessboard. In the rapid portion, the scoring system is a bit different. We have 2 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, and 0 points for a loss. Those rapid games are extremely valuable. In the blitz section, we have the standard scoring system, 1 point for a win, half a point for a draw, and 0 points for a loss. And we have a very handsome prize fund of $150,000 US.
And our schedule is very easy. It is our final day of Blitz. We have 9 rounds from rounds 10 to 18. And in case of a tie, there will be playoffs. Christian, let's dive a little deeper into tie breaks.
We're going to play more chess. In the event of a tie for first place in any of the 2021 Rapid and Blitz Grand Chess Tour events, there will be a playoff amongst all the players involved in the tie. If we have 2 players tied, then we're going to have a rapid double round robin. A bit of a faster rapid than what we played in the first 3 days. Game in 10 minutes with a 5-second increment. If 3 or more players are tied, Then we're going to have a blitz round robin, game in 5 minutes with a 2-second increment. If we cannot separate these players even after that, if the players are tied after the round robin, we're going to jump straight into the Armageddon. That's going to be 5 minutes for white and 4 minutes for black. No increment, no delay, and black wins with a draw. The action will be extremely fast and furious then.
Heart palpitations for me. And now let's go over to Zagreb, Croatia with our colleague, Maurice Ashley. Good morning from St. Louis, Maurice.
Good morning.
Good morning, Yasser and Christensen. Well, heart palpitations indeed will be the order of the day for the players playing on this last day with 9 rounds of blitz, very close at the top. I just saw Garry Kasparov walk by, and I'm wondering, what is this great legend thinking right now? He's not playing for first anymore. He's playing for respect. A lot of noobs online dissing the legend Garry Kasparov. Come on, the guy's gotten so many titles, you can only wish you had one of those. But a player who will be looking to get this title is Jan Nepomniachtchi. He's been leading from beginning to end. He did have a little slip, though, in the blitz, and let's take a look at those crazy performances that did occur yesterday. He won his first game, got out the gate immediately, keeping his edge over Maxim and Anish Giri, as well as Jan-Krzysztof Duda, who will feature in this highlight package in a moment. But in the very next game, he dropped blood and lost, ended up having Anish take over in game 2. And here it was, he actually was tied after the second round. Then after that, he started to slip, showing that he is indeed mortal as he slipped back slowly in the event. And Anish took over as Maxim rose to the top, and then Jan Nepomniachtchi there you see tied at second place. That was definitely the slow performance for him as he started his rise once again. You see him there tied with Maxim, Anish, and Jan-Krzysztof Duda, who simply came out of nowhere, in fact. And then he continued to start winning, and it was him and Maxim with a tale of winning games, trying to separate themselves from the pack. Anish staying relevant, of course, but they kept their torrid pace, did MVL and Nepo. You see the two of them at the top at 16. And then once more at the very end, you see Jan taking over the lead to have a slim half-a-point lead over the rest of the field. We see the line score here as Nepo with the really good start in round 1, but then games 2, 3, and 4 only scoring a half a point, and then rounds 5 through 9 getting it done with 4.5 blistering points out of 5. Certainly that's the kind of performance he's going to look to do today. Without those 2 goose eggs, though, if he can keep that up, he should win the event. But watch out for Mercurial Maxime as he's playing amazing blitz right now. Will he catch Nepo and cause the playoffs? We'll let you know here from Zagreb. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. Indeed, a real jockeying position throughout day 1. And look who's first to arrive for this round 10. The legend, Ishi Anand. There's MVL. So getting ready for this, let's just quickly get to the pairing, shall we? Christian, lay the table for round 10.
We have Mamediarov versus Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. We have Korobov versus Nepomniachtchi. We have Duda versus Grishuk. Vishwanathan Anand versus Anish Giri, and Garry Kasparov versus Jordan Van Forest. Yasser, which one are we going to focus on to start the day?
Shaq versus MVL will be our marquee matchup. We'll keep Anton Korobov and Nepo in our pockets as our backup for this round. And let's look at that start of the round soon coming up in Croatia. Round 10, again, this is our final day of blitz for this Croatian Grand Chess Tour third leg of the Grand Chess Tour. And I tell you, a big shout out to the organizers in Croatia. It looks like they really stage a beautiful event.
And look at Anton smirking as he gets ready to take on the leader.
I tell you, Anton has had
He's enjoying himself.
Yeah, a roller coaster ride. In his interview with Maurice, he said he's just going to sit back and enjoy his matchup with Garry Kasparov, a game that he actually won. And but he's there. He's throwing the patties, Christian.
Oh, absolutely. He's definitely there. I mean, his games, all of them are so explosive, so double-edged, that anything can happen. And I did pick him as the winner of the Blitz, of course. That's quite a far-fetched thought right now as we enter the last 9 rounds, but still, he's just playing amazing. But look who's here.
This is the man I picked as the winner of the Blitz, and I want to say I was so close. I mean, I'm really proud of my pick. I couldn't be more wrong, which means I will never be as wrong as I am right now today, ever again on a Grand Chess Tour. Poor Garry Kasparov. And I know Garry very, very well. And trust me, when he has had a bad day at the office, he doesn't sleep well. So, I mean, I just wonder what kind of shape he's in. As Maurice said at the top of the show, he's playing for respect.
And we're off.
And we are off indeed. And let me just bring up on my board our featured matchup.
And
which is the one between Shaq and MVL. And
Not
it is a very standard Grunfeld.
Not a surprise there. Now, the question is, are we going to see that repetition once again after rook to b1? Bishop to e2, we're going to take the pawn with c takes d4, queen to a5.
Queen a5 check.
I think we're going to see a repetition. We might be moving out of this game very quickly.
Because
let's just wait and see.
This line of the Grunfeld is so extremely forcing that from MVL's point of view, he has no choice but to continue in the way he is playing.
I believe we're going straight into that one.
And now bishop g5, hitting the bishop on d4, queen takes d4, big threat, but also bishop takes e7.
I believe knight c6 might be the move here.
Yeah, the most standard, yeah.
But knight to c6, rook to c7, how is that position? Rook to c7, and then do you have a good way to defend against rook takes c6?
I don't think so.
Maybe knight c6 is not the right move in the position, but I'm sure MVL will kind of understand what needs to be done.
Well, again, with the double attack, you tend to think, well, bishop f6 would drop back, as well as e7, e5 would defend against both threats, the threat of bishop takes e7, as well as queen takes d4. Is bishop, maybe bishop g, gosh darn it. It's too early in the morning for me to recall what the theory is. I can only imagine the players having to. Rook d8 is the main move?
Rook d8, I think, is the main move, yes.
Yeah, rook d8 makes a lot of sense because rook d8 not only attacks, pardon me, not only defends the bishop, but it also opens up a discovered threat of bishop takes f2 check. So rook d8 for sure.
And he is going for it. He has played it, rook to d8. So we're not going to see that force line. That is a good sign for us.
Yes,
rook to d8, queen to c1 usually has to follow up to get that queen off the d file.
Which
and I believe he has played it. And now we need to see knight to a6. That is key.
Yeah, and that too has been played. So queen c1 prevented the development knight c6. That's why we saw knight to a6, rook to c8, attacking the queen.
The reason behind this is that you want to get that rook off the 7th rank, the rook on b7. The way you're going to do that is via knight to a6, knight to c5. You're going to leave that rook on d8 unprotected, but you're going to play knight to c5.
As
and
an
I believe this is
opportunity to trade.
actually what he's going for, yes.
And he's done exactly as you advised, not moving the rook on d8, but instead making a counter attack against
bishop takes d8 was played. Now we're going to see knight takes b7.
Again, this looks like one of those really, really long forcing lines
It is.
that Grunfeld defense players, it's like you've got to know your stuff at the end of the day. But if you play all the right moves, it usually peters out to a draw.
I think, to be honest, we should make an educated decision right now and jump to a different game because I don't see much history in this one.
Yeah, it would appear to me somewhat similar. The knight will likely want to reroute itself to d8 and to e6, and again, it's 4 versus 4, so a good time to maybe switch. Knight c5 was played. Let's just take a look at what other games. Anish Anand.
I believe one that
Nepo?
we're understanding that is getting quite fun is the one between Garry Kasparov and Jordan. And as you were mentioning, Garry Kasparov lost against Jordan in the first round yesterday.
Right,
with the
and
black
a beautiful Najdorf
and that set the
variation.
tone for the whole day because people were just targeting that variation of the Najdorf. But now he has
His
a good
Scotch.
way to get his revenge, a Scotch.
His Scotch that he made famous from his 1990 World Chess Championship match against Anatoly Karpov. He wielded out the old 200-year-old variation we call the Scotch, and with success against Anatoly. D7, D6 by Jordan as he looks to open up the diagonal for his bishop, trying to complete his development. Now, my first impression is I need to do something to mess this queen and bishop up.
The queen on b4, you mean?
Yeah, I'm thinking something
C5.
like knight and bishop to d2, or trying to play with a3 and both b4. It's not exactly, I don't exactly see how I am supposed to exploit. The queen on b4, the bishop on c5 looks like a poor construction, but where's the refutation?
And the problem is that if you go a3, what are you trying to
I'm afraid of
play as black?
Well,
Queen
I
to
think I'm
b8,
just going to
queen to
go
b7?
Queen b6. Yeah.
Queen b6, okay.
And so a3, queen b6, and if I continue b4,
With
the
b4.
bishop will drop in on d4, and he'll tickle the rook as well as the pawn on e5.
And that's a
that
problem.
feels wrong.
Yeah.
Knight f3, there would be massive trades on e5, and that feels wrong, which kind of leaves bishop takes g6, but I'm disbelieving that. Well, there we go. That's a one way of trying to exploit the queen and the bishop. At knight b3 with the idea bishop d2. I'm looking. Pardon me. I should say I'm looking at knight takes e5, bishop d2, queen b6, bishop to a5, queen a6, knight c5, queen a5. I still don't. Oops, excuse me. I still don't see the follow-up. Knight takes e5. Do you see a refutation?
I do not see it.
Knight e5, bishop d2,
immediately,
queen
but
b6.
There has to be one. It just feels like there's
Gary's,
something in the air.
Gary's got some devilish plan in mind.
It
I
does
don't
feel
see
like
it
there's
myself.
something in the air. Something maybe connected with that pawn on h7. But he took it. We're going to find
Show
out
me.
the answer in just a second.
We
And he
are-
immediately played a3.
We are in the show me state of Missouri.
Oh, there we go. This is it. Well, at
What?
least an attempt.
Queen b6.
Queen b6, and now I'm going to take on c5.
Knight c5, queen
And
c5.
queen c5, and then bishop to e3. And I'm just going to try to kick your
Prove an
queen
extra.
down the road as much as possible. Yep, and that's where we're going. And we're going to see a queen probably land on a4.
Which has happened, by the way. And again, it's a pawn. I mean,
is
the
a
knight
pawn.
on e5 is anchored by a pawn on d6. That's usually great compensation for the two bishops. And Jordan's basically saying, I
Prove
don't
it.
know, Gary. Looks a little strange to me if I play bishop e. Ah, there is a bishop h6 sighting.
Oh,
Bishop
immediately
h6.
bishop to h6. But then you can reply with knight to g6. And that's not
It's-
going to force the loss of the exchange.
I'm not sure. While the cat's away, the mice will play, as we say. Bishop h6, knight
Knight to
g6.
g6.
f4 idea. If you take my bishop to play f5, looks speculative, but this is what Gary needs to do with the queen stuck over there on the. Okay, he's done it a different way.
We're seeing a lot of moves right now.
Bishop to d4.
f6. Bishop takes e5.
Wow.
Now we're going to try to trap that queen on a4. Can we do that?
How are you going to do that?
So it very much depends on what he takes with on e5. If he takes with
suppose d6, d6,
with the d6 pawn, really.
Let's just suppose.
Then I go c5.
Well, he quickly
took with the f pawn.
He took with the f pawn, and then
Bishop
Jordan made the very natural developing move, bishop f5. And again, Gary's still fighting to show full compensation.
35 seconds.
No, oh, but he could take on f5 and take on e5.
And that's exactly
what
we got.
And if you go rook takes e5, he's got queen.
We have a queen landing on d7 right now, so we don't have. We have a lot of attacks on those pawns.
Oh my gosh!
But the queen
to b3
goes to b3 now.
And now Gary's,
we're going to see queen takes c6.
Gary's clock management. It was an epic fail in day one of the blitz.
Under 10 seconds now.
No, he just that now he's going to be playing on increment absolutely for the rest of this game. I'm thinking it's time to play h7, h6 just to make some luft.
But that's going to give me another pawn on c7, and I'm going to take that.
Well, always a question in these major piece endgames. Whose passers are the most effective? e5, e4 is coming fast.
Double-ish position.
Yeah, Jordan's. What is Jordan's clock like?
Right now, entering his final minute.
King h8, and very quickly, Gary, rook f1 to e1. Both players' back ranks are vulnerable. And Gary intuits that it's about, whoa, Gary could have taken on e5 and he would have definitely had the better of a drawn position, but he played the most aggressive way.
Queen to c5, okay, that's a good move.
Yeah, he didn't need to play queen e3. Queen e3 was a trap. Queen e3 would have been.
Wait a minute. Queen takes e5. Yes.
Rook.
That can be taken. Rook to f1.
Sure?
I am going to take back on f1.
Ah, yes. Thank you.
That is 2 pawns up. He understands.
And the same
tactic.
thing. Rook f1 check is met by rook takes f1. You could take the queen, but the rook on f8 is hanging. So Gary now 2 full pawns up. He does have a winning position, but it's all about the clock. Now it's all about the clock.
27 seconds for Jordan.
Ooh.
That's one pawn down.
Yeah, Gary blundered a4. He just forgot that rook takes a4. Whoa, b6 and rook g5. Queen f3.
Ooh, b7. Look at that.
Oh,
look at that.
Some tactics. Queen takes b1 is met by queen d8 check.
We're going to see the first victory of Gary Kasparov in this tournament.
We're very
beautiful.
What other games do we have? What's happening in Nepo? Shaq versus MVL. I'm just looking. Pardon me. I'm just looking at the game between Anton and Nepo. Nepo's our tournament leader. It's a crazy game. It looks like Nepo is winning. By the way. Looks like Nepo is winning to me in that game.
Nepo has won that game.
Okay, sorry.
But let's go to Mamedyarov, because Mamedyarov is actually nursing a pawn-up advantage.
Against MVL?
It should not be winning. This should still be a theoretical draw.
I'm not 100% sure. F4, F5. Once you get an F5 check, no, you're right. It should be a draw.
It should be just because I'm going
Rook
to
is coming to H1.
To H1 very fast.
Yeah, that's the problem. The counterplay against the H4 pawn is too swift. I can start with, no, rook d6 doesn't threaten e5 yet. Could you tell me the times of the players, Christian?
Yes, 33 seconds for MVL, who who is in need to make a move right now, and 23 seconds for Shahryar Mamedyanov.
The desirable rook e3 is met by f5. That's the problem with rook e3. Shaq saw it. He was just about to play rook e3 when he recognized that f5, e5, f4 check messes him up. So he played rook d6. Now I'm expecting just the king to drop back to avoid the e5 threat.
A dancing of the kings.
Yes, a dance for the kings. Now both players marking time with their rooks for the moment. Now blitz players would play a move like rook b6 there to draw the black rook a little closer to the white king. And now we finally see it. Now the idea from white's point of view is to get in the move, pardon me, f4, f5 check, king goes to h6, and then something like rook to f7 in order to pick off. Oh, stalemate. There's another way of making a draw. The
but
first
you
time we've
cannot
seen
take on f5. You have to be very careful.
We've seen a mad king. Beautiful. Nice catch.
That was a nice one.
Look at the two players. Is that rook d3 check, just when Shaq's hopes had jumped a notch or two. Wow. Okay, very eventful round. We'll get the scores and things like that all settled. A nice start. I'm so happy for Garry Kasparov.
Absolutely, and he needed that break. You could see it on his face.
What a relief.
He felt the relief immediately as his opponent resigned. As his opponent extended his arm to shake hands, he was so happy. He bolted out of his chair and went to his resting area with his second.
Michael Kordakovsky. Well, we'll be jumping to Maurice shortly.
Even Jordan was quite happy. Not necessarily. He wasn't happy. He wasn't happy that he lost, but he was happy for Garry.
Exactly. But it was a big game for Nepo too, because he had the black pieces against Anton. He's nursing a half a point lead. He won. MVL saved the position, but now trails by a full point. Keep that in mind as we're preparing.
And Vishy Anand drew his game against Anish Giri. So Anish was a point and a half behind the leader. So
Nepo.
Now he's 2 points behind the leader, Nepo.
That's right.
Nepo is extending his lead. Oh, definitely a beautiful game, and I'm sure Maurice will have a lot of insights about that one, the one that we missed.
Yes, indeed. Again, we're just waiting for Maurice to get all set up. We had some technical issues, but overall, I want to say I'm really, really pleased with how we've managed to go back and forth. And a big shout out also to the players for their cooperation in coming on the show and sharing with us their thoughts. So sometimes it's not very easy for us to get the players to join us as they're so locked in to their prep and their combative play.
And I have to say about that game between Shahryar Mamedyanov and MVL, I was quite wrong because I thought that we're going to see a very quick draw. But let's go to Maurice in Zagreb. Maurice, what do you have for us?
Well, thanks, Christian, excuse me. Let me tell you, we are excited here in Zagreb. And as I mentioned, Garry walking by the studio, it's great to have this glass partition. And Garry had a wry smile with his confidant, Michael Kordakovsky. You could see he felt a little bit of energy from that win, but instantly put his game face back on and started pacing back and forth yet again, as though he understands one game does not a day make. So you know what a champion thinks. I won one, so what? Put it behind me, short memory, on to the next one. Someone who is happy to have this round behind him is Jan Nepomniachtchi, as he won a big game. Take a look at this position he had against Anton Karbov. He had played a very nice opening, stole a pawn in the end game, but right here there was some compensation that Anton was trying to cook up. But the move rook takes d2, he thought, I got a tricky little idea. Let me see if it works. And he took on b6 in this position, hitting the rook on c7, hitting the rook on d2, got the pin on the rook on the knight on c6. But suddenly the move rook c d7, defending both rooks, B7 looks like it could be good, except knight back to B8, and rook C8 check is met by rook back to D8. He had a sacrifice waiting, and after king takes D2, it's a bishop with this passed pawn on B7. Unfortunately, that's not nearly enough because the king gallops into the game and very easily stops that pawn, and now the rook turns into a mad piece. Rook down to D2, rook to A2, and that's all she wrote. He played a few more moves, queening and trying to get through, but it was very easy to shut down the counterplay, and Nepo won the game. So bad news there for Korobov. Great news for Nepo. His half-a-point lead has now been extended to a full point. Another game to note, the other victory in this round was with Grischuk, Duda and Grischuk. And it was here, I want to show this moment later in the game. I got the wrong game up, guys. Sorry about that. Duda versus Grischuk. Here we go. This one, we see Grischuk got this great position, and right here, after the move queen to D6, you see the diagonal pressure. Queen to H2 check is coming. There's nothing really to do about it, because what are you supposed to do if you play G3? You're going to lose. Knight F1 will be a sacrifice. Knight F3 was hit by rook takes on F3, Queen F3, and rook to F8 with the idea of Queen H7 mate. Very basic, almost puzzle rush type tactic happened in this game. The very important game, another important game, was Anand versus Giri. Anand had his chances here and messed up all the way down in a winning position right around here. He had a great game. Look at these passed pawns. Should have won this game, but he played with some errors in this moment, played king to E1, allowed this pawn to drop, and then this move, knight C5, and his rook is tethered to both the knight and the pawn on B5, and this shut down a lot of his advantage. He went on, and Giri defended very well and managed to save the draw in this game. Giri with some faint hopes of catching Nepo, but the distance between him and Nepo right now is increased. Can anyone stop the Nepo train? Yesterday, Nepo did win his first game as well, but he lost, then drew, then lost. He'll try to erase that sequence and create a new history. We'll see how he goes and let you know as we continue following the action here live from Zagreb. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Maurice. And let's go to our standings after a very eventful round 10.
We have Jan Nepomniachtchi leading the pack with 18 points, extending his lead at the top. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave 1 point behind him with 17 points. Anish Giri 2 points behind the leader with 16 points. Vishwanathan Anand with 15 points in 4th position. Jan Christoph Duda 14.5 points. Alexander Grischuk 14 points in 6th position. Shakhriyar Mamediyarov, after a valiant effort to take down MVL, but unfortunately for him, did not manage to do so with 13 points, 13.5 points in 7th position. Kasparov, an important victory for him, now in tied for 8th position with 11.5 points. Quite an interesting and compact field we have right now.
Absolutely, Christian. And our friends at KasparovChess.com would like to share with us a lesson, a Trotsky study, and we'll see you on the other side of the break.
In this episode, we're going to talk about a study composed by Trotsky. Trotsky was a great composer from the USSR who was very prolific in the early 20th century. He was specialized, for instance, in fortresses, and this study is the first study I've been given for solving. I did fail, but I was young and naive. Now, if we're going to take a look at the position, the material is equal, but two factors are very much in black's favor. First of all, my knight is under attack, meaning I will lose 1 tempo. And more importantly, the d pawn is running towards promotion. So clearly, white wants to make a draw. Now, if you want to have a deeper look at the position, I encourage you to pause the video. So now we can talk about the specifics of the position. Black's king is a bit unsafe. It only has one square to run from, but for now, for instance, g3 check, king g5 is not useful. So instead, of course, we cannot move the king towards the pawn because the knight is under attack, so we have to move the knight. We cannot create a mating threat with the knight because there's no square where it controls the square on g5. So this way, the natural try would be to go knight d7, d3, and knight f6. And the point is to get to e4, where you can attack not only the pawn on d2, but the square on g5. For instance, d2, no g3 check works, king g5, knight e4 check, and you win the pawn on d2. Unfortunately, after knight f6, bishop b8 check is a very strong intermezzo. Now if white moves the king, now there's d2, and g3 doesn't work anymore. So clearly knight d7 was wrong. The other natural move is obviously knight c6. Now the black bishop is under attack, and you cannot move it, because if I move it, worst case, I can take the pawn, and because the h-pawn is, because it's an h-pawn and the bishop is of the wrong color, it's an immediate draw. So clearly black will move his pawn toward promotion, which was his plan all along. And now is the critical moment of the study. It's how to create an attack. So one try would be knight e5. And after d2, you play f4. So you replace, the knight was supposed to control g5, but you cannot do it. So now the pawn controls g5 because my knight controls the square on g4. And I do threaten g3 mate. I also threaten knight f3 check with a fork, but unfortunately, bishop g1 check spoils the party. And after I take, no, black can queen and win the endgame effortlessly. So after d3, we need to find another solution. What kind of solution is there? What we know is that the king is a bit stuck. But first we need to take the bishop, because the bishop otherwise helps black too much to create his own play. So of course, black wants toward promotion. And now is the actual point of the study. So you don't check the black king yet, you want the king to stay on h4. So you go knight b5, black gets a queen on d1, and now I go knight c3. I attack the queen, and very importantly, my next move wants to be knight e4, after which the king is stuck forever on h4, because knight on e4 would control g3 and g5. And importantly, a knight on e4 would be supported by a pawn on f3, which means that the knight cannot be placed under attack. So after knight c3, black has only one way to prevent knight e4. It's to put the king h check, so queen d6 check. And now I just move my king to h1. And the point is, d6 is really not a great square for the queen, because if I go either king g3 or king g5, that fails to knight e4 check with the fork. And also black has no more check. So he goes, for instance, let's say queen e5, now knight e4. And for now, white cannot do anything, but he can move his king from g1 to h1 or h2. And also, after, let's say, queen a1 check, king h2, you cannot prevent both king g1 and king h1, and like you could do this, queen e1, but no g3 check wins the queen, because otherwise the king is mated. So black actually has to prevent that, and then there's no way to unentangle, and so it's a positional draw.
most beautiful study indeed. Thank you, MVL. And we are back. Let's jump right into it on our second day of Blitz for the pairings, Christian.
Some very exciting matchups. We have MVL versus Anish Giri. We have Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Shahryar Mamediyarov.
That will be our marquee matchup.
It will be indeed. We have Grishchuk versus Garry Kasparov. We have Jordan Van Forest against Anton Korobov. Jan-Krzysztof Duda versus Vishy Anand. We have so many clashes.
And there you see it as the players get ready for their round 11 matchups. Once again, we have 9 rounds of Blitz. We've just seen our first round. Garry Kasparov doubling his point output over yesterday as he's won his first game. And there he is on the left, Jan Nepo. Nepo, the challenger to Magnus Carlsen, said he wanted to use this tournament as his training for his World Championship match. Wesley So, our Grand Chess Tour leader, says, no, Nepo, go in there and win as many Grand Chess Tour points as possible, and to deny the tour players as many points, Grand Chess Tour points as well. And on the right, we have Shahryar Mamediyarov, the winner of the first leg of the Grand Chess Tour from Bucharest, Romania. So he's looking to bounce back into the field. And again, Nepo has been using c4, g3, bishop g2 as a kind of universal panacea against any opening or defense that black may use. And the players have transposed into what I expect to be a Benoni after d4, d5.
And in their previous encounter, in the rapid portion, we've seen Mamediyarov choose d6 and a King's Indian approach. Right now we're seeing him immediately attack the center with the move c5, allowing this Benoni with d5. But Nepo decides to go knight to f3, a much more calm approach, and immediately is met with d5, blasting open the center with d5.
Yes, indeed. I'm just drawing up that game. And the convention has been whenever you see these moves c5, you almost automatically, as white, knight f3 is kind of a side variation, you almost automatically see the d5 and a transposition into a Benoni. After d5, it's almost a Grunfeld, but there's a bishop on g2, which is very unusual for a Grunfeld. What do you call this, Christian? What is this position?
It's difficult to call it in any way, shape, or form. I believe d5 is so natural in that position and allowing the Benoni for white, d5 for white,
exactly.
Whenever black plays the move c5. Now that you're allowing me to play d5, this is already considered to be very much okay for black. You don't get this type of positions almost never, because whenever you want to get a Slav/Grunfeld, then you're going to play the move c6 first, and then you're going to play d5. And even then, sometimes c6 to c5 is considered to be an equalizing move. To get c5 in one move like this, d5 and then c5, without losing anything, this is a victory for black in the opening. And I think he has to be very happy with the outcome of it.
Yeah, bishop takes c3, bishop d2. I'm used to seeing moves like rook d8 here, and or bishop e6. After rook d8, bishop takes c3, queen takes c3 is with a check. So white does not win a piece, does not end up material ahead. So rook d8 is considered the way to go in these types of positions, and that was played. By the way, with the move rook d8, I'm very satisfied as black.
Absolutely, yes. We're going to see bishop takes c3 most likely, queen takes c3, as you were mentioning, Yasser,
I'm
takes c3.
thinking you're going to play queen takes d8, in fact, and sacrifice your queen for rook, bishop, and pawn. This is a kind of a reversal of the old Catalan position.
But isn't that too much of a risky approach in this specific tournament situation?
Because bishop takes c3, queen takes c3, b takes c3. There you go. He did it. I think that this is the right choice for white because it's a rook, bishop, and pawn. So from a material point of view, the queen is a happy camper. On the other hand, it's the quality of this dark square bishop. With the move g7, g6, this bishop is really good. From white's point of view, it's about speed of play. I want to play rook d1, I want a castle, and I want to double on the d file as quickly as possible. If I can do those things, I'll have an initiative for the material.
And by the way, this game has been played before.
No
in
kidding.
fact. Yes, it has.
It's all theory.
And
Oh,
it
dear.
was actually in 1993 by two players that, let's say, are not elite level grandmasters. At
Okay.
2350 for white, Kaunas Kestutis, maybe you know this player, and Kakus Sandor with the black pieces.
Sounds like a Greek championship.
Lithuanian, maybe?
Maybe. Okay, the position is actually more double-edged than you might think. And over the next 2-3 moves, the player, who grabs the initiative will likely be a winner. The imbalances in the position are such that it's not a comfortable draw for either player. And I do think that if I'm white, I'm a kind of happy camper. I want to play rook d1, b2, b4. Now that the knight is on c6, oftentimes the knight goes to a6 to try to tickle the pawn.
And specifically for that reason, black played the move queen to d5 to take control over that c5 square and activate the queen, because you're probably going to have to defend that pawn on c5 with a move such as b4. But then the queen might land on c4 later on in the game. So the queen doesn't have to stay passive on c7 as it was during the variations that you were showing yesterday.
Right, exactly. Now, is there some nice way?
And that's exactly what we're getting on the board. b4, queen to c4, rook to c1.
Okay, so this pawn is probably untouchable after some move like knight takes b4, bishop e1. This pawn, on the other hand, does look tender. Queen takes e2, maybe something with a pardon me, my arrows are terrible. Queen takes e2, maybe something with an a4, b5, knight d4. White can get those queenside pawns moving. He might get something going. But now for me, a very important question, in fact, the most important question is, how is white intending to meet a5?
Well, he hasn't played a5.
What did he do?
I believe e5, bishop f5, never mind.
Okay,
so he decided
move.
I think that is a good move.
That's reasonable, very reasonable.
I do believe this is exactly why he didn't take on e2, because if you take on e2 after a move such as knight to d4, exchanging those knights, that bishop might get stuck on c8 to the defense of that b7 pawn.
But here's the question, what about e2, e4?
Oh, that's a very good question, Yasser.
If you play bishop takes e4, I've got knight d2, and that's a nasty fork. After e4, I suspect the bishop is just going to move, and then white might say, well, maybe I shouldn't have closed my diagonal. No, I think e2, e4 is met by just a simple bishop move.
We need to play for b5 in this position.
And he's done it, a4.
He played a4, okay, he played a4. Now we're probably going to see the move a6. I think it's almost forced. You cannot allow that move b5. Not only that, that's going to drive the knight backwards, but also it's going to open the chance for my knight to jump in the center to e5. That's very bad news for black. So he took on b4. Wow.
Okay, that's huge.
Brave.
So what happens after knight? Knight d2, queen c5, sorry, clear the cobwebs. Good morning, St. Louis.
A brave decision, but I have to say, maybe a forced decision right now.
I don't see a refutation. Bishop e1, that move which might have worked a move ago will be met by the simple knight c2. And maybe a4 was asking too much from the position, was our tournament leader, Nepo. a4, knight takes b4. Don't see a refutation to this move, Christian.
I do not see it either. And if there's anybody that can beat Nepo with the black pieces, that is Shakhriyar Mamediyarov, because he invites this type of complications and he invites this type of tactical, sharp play every single time. He doesn't shy away almost ever. And this is the antidote to Jan Nepomniachtchi.
He loves the rough and tumble of the chess world, no question about it. Knight b3, tickling the queen. The queen needs to maintain the defense over the knight on b4. Queen a4 walks into knight a5 thanks to this bishop on g2 and the knight on a5. Queen c4 would be a bad move. The result, well, that leaves one square left. Queen d6.
Queen to d6. Now rook to d1 is going to be met with
Queen to e6.
maybe queen to
with
e6.
a counter shot against the knight would be my guess.
We have rook to d1 on the board, and queen to e6 was played.
Okay. I mean, these players are playing, it's a high tightrope act. And Jan said, never mind. Let me just get my bishop. He knows that this dark square bishop is a huge compensation whenever it's on the long diagonal. Both grandmasters understood that very well. Queen e6, not waiting for the bishop to park itself on f6 was a quick response. Quickly, Christian, the time of the two players.
The times right now are very close. We have Jan Nepomniachtchi with 46 seconds and Mamediyarov with 55 seconds.
Bishop g5, bishop e4 on the board.
57 to be
Now,
more precise.
I was going to say that for me, I don't like the decision of trading the light square bishops by Jan. I think bishop f1 might have been. By the way, big breaking news as we're being told that MVL, who was in second place coming into this round, won his game. Bishop e7. Again, Jan's looking to get his bishop to an anchor square such as d4, d4 being ideal, in fact, controlling the long diagonal and patrolling the long diagonal, but also, much more importantly, nicely defended. h5, oh, I was about to say, any h5 would be met instantly by h4. Hence, we saw the move g5 first as a preparatory move to h4. Rook d4, what did he put? a5.
a5.
h5, h4, h3, that's a natural mating idea for Black's point of view. I'm not sure I was a fan of rook a5. I think he had to play rook d4 with the idea of meeting h5 with h4. He's a tempo behind, and now he's got rook e4, and I don't see how Nepo is going to stop the move h4, and that's simply huge.
Shaq is playing like a boss right now.
This could be a winning position.
h4, h3, and that's it. You can take my pawn on a7. Absolutely no
that
problem.
Pawn. Yeah, I was about to say maybe a trade of rooks just to prevent this type of activity.
We're going to see f6 right now.
Well, how about h3?
Rook takes d4 and h3 immediately.
No, you start with the move h3 in those positions. The bishop is not moving away, but
How
he didn't.
do you defend now? Queen to g2.
Ooh.
We're going to take this pawn on h2.
Yes, and that h pawn is huge, of course.
King to g6. I think this was a very important move.
Rook takes b7. Queen hits the rook. That's with a huge tempo against the rook.
Check.
f6, of course. And h2. Why didn't he play h2?
G4.
Rook to d1.
Threaten this check on f3. Queen to f3.
And this is winning Oh, he didn't play h2.
No, that's a good move. That's a good move. Rook to e4.
Okay,
H2
finally.
now. Queen to d5 and the game is over.
Oh,
The game is over.
Beautiful play by Shaq as he set up this beautiful and we also have a game between Duda and Vichy. Looks like Duda may have lost. Because
No, that one ended in a perpetual check.
Ooh, okay. He looked like he was exhaling like...
It was a very tense game,
Wow.
but it ended in a perpetual check.
Okay. Could you just run through the scores for me? Because I haven't been able to see any of the other games.
Yes, absolutely. So we do have Duda, who made a draw against Vichy Anand.
Yeah.
We have Grishchuk, who defeated Garry Kasparov. Van Forest, who lost against Anton Korobov with the white pieces. Nepomniachtchi, the game that we just saw, lost against Mamediyarov and lost the sole leadership position as well, because MVL is now tied for the leadership position. These guys are jockeying for that leadership spot every single round. We're seeing exactly the same thing happening in day 2 as what happened in day 1 of Blitz. Such an amazing tournament so far. And the last one was, again, of course, the one between MVL and Anish Giri. We did not see that game in depth, but I'm sure we will have Maurice explaining absolutely everything that happened in that one later on.
Thank you for that, Christian. And we'll get in a commercial message just before we jump to Zagreb, as the Q Boutique here in St. Louis is selling some merchandise. They're having a 30% off sale on their Grand Chess Tour swag. You can see what are examples of the new Grand Chess Tour merchandise that is now in store. Please take a look. Shop at qboutiquestlouis.com and show your support for our Grand Chess Tour. What a way of starting the day. I mean, I'm just catching my breath these games. And like you said, Maurice opened the show talking about the jockeying for position, and we're seeing exactly a repeat of day 1. Great
I have
stuff.
to say, I was a little bit afraid that Nepo is just gearing up to run away with the event, but that's not happening. But we do have Maurice in Zagreb. Maurice, what do you have for us?
Well, I have that my brain is spinning from all the craziness that happened in this last round. I was trying to follow all the other 4 games simultaneously, and what a wild ride that was. Let me try to settle it in one at a time without screwing up too badly. First of all, this one between Vasyl Lagrave and Anish Giri. The opening win fine for Anish. He got a solid position, but he slipped up right here after the move. Rook to b1. He needs to ignore this pawn. Bishop b7 is not quite a threat because of rook to b8 and some chances to equalize. Instead, he defended with rook to b8. And after rook a4, again, he's got to play b6 and just stay solid. Although he might lose this a pawn, he gets some play. Instead, he played rook a6 and rook to d4, landed on the board with a thud. Suddenly, rook d8's coming. You can't move the bishop off of c8 because b7 is hanging this time with a full tempo. In fact, he did do that, but the move rook d8 is going to be so strong that he's going to paralyze his entire position. He had to play bishop e6, rook takes, and takes, rook to b6, followed by a nice check and a trade of rooks going into this far superior ending. He wins back a pawn temporarily, but oops, you're going to gift this pawn on c5. This is what happened. He took the pawn, and we could jump much later as he gets down to this position where he's just up heavy material and was easily able to convert this into a win. Big win for Maxime Vasyl Lagrave. Another big game. I was so impressed by this game between Van Forest and Anton Korobov. So at this point in the game right here, that Korobov played knight h4, takes, knight f5, and here he played g6, knight e7, and calmly took. Just said, I'm sacking an exchange. I don't even care. I'm just taking. No big deal. I'm not letting you take the pawn on d5. And after rook takes e7, he said, boom, give me the pawn on h3. You can't take back because of queen g5 check, hitting the king, and of course the rook on e7. And the game was still fine after bishop takes h3. Rook takes on b7 for a while until the h-pawn, you see that extra h-pawn? It started racing down the board. h4, rook e7, h3, rook e1, and look at this sweet sacrifice. Bishop takes on f2 with check. You don't dare take it back because h2 check. You either lose your queen with king h1, queen takes queen, or you take the piece and h2, king f1, and queens, and that would be all she wrote as well. So after bishop f2, he had to stumble with king h1, but h takes on g2, and nobody can take back. It's going to be mate some kind of way. King takes, of course, leads to queen g3 check, and bishop f3. Look at those two killer bees. That exchange sack worked out perfectly for Anton. Great, great game. The game Grishuk versus Kasparov, Gary played like a boss in the beginning. I loved the way he played. He played aggressively. This is the position from a Grinfo, and he played F5. Dynamic, weakening to be sure, but aggressive. After King H8, castles, F takes E4, Knight G5, he said, you can have the exchange. I don't care about that. Maybe slightly worse for black, but definite compensation. Gary with the good position. Rook to E1, he just has to develop his bishop somewhere. D7 or F5, just bring the piece into the game. Instead, he said, I smell a tactic, and he played bishop takes on H3. This was problematic, however. He was expecting maybe this line where he can pressure the position with a vicious, typical Gary Kasparov attack. No can do. Grishuk said, wait a minute, this sacrifice is not sound. I take on D4, and I'm not taking on this square and allow you queen G3 check. No, that's not going to happen. What's going to happen, however, is rook takes E4. Now the bishop on D4 is hanging. The bishop on H3 is also hanging. And that was all she wrote. You can't take this because if queen takes A1 and if queen F6, we trade and gift me the bishop. Gary lost a piece in this way, and that was that. And the sad game, folks, the sad one, if I may finish up, is this one with Duda and Anand. We get all the way to this position here. This position, Anand is got an exposed king. It's about to be perpet. You've got to be careful. And here he missed mate with rook G1 check. That would have been devastating. A beautiful way to finish off the game because king takes his mate by queen D1 check. Give me this with check. Another check forcing you up. Give me that with check. And he would have just been playing checkers in this game. This was over if he had found rook G1 check. Other lines lead to mate as well. Instead, he missed it in time pressure, played rook D4, and allowed a perpet. Poor Anand, 2 games he was winning, and he let these youngsters off the hook. He must be feeling frustrated. He could have had 2 full points, and now only 1 from 2 draws. That was a crazy round, guys. I hope I recapped it in the short enough time, but a brilliant, brilliant round. Lots of aggression, lots of wins. Let's hope we see more of this. We'll be covering the action here, trying to keep the heart under control. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. Keeping our hearts under control indeed. Just take a look at our standings as we jump to our lesson. Here we are at the top. It's MVL and Jan Nepo tied for first, but look at that blitz score. 8 points for MVL, 7 points for Jan as MVL is showing his class in blitz. And now let's quickly go to a lesson from our friends at KasparovChess.com. It's fighting against the sidelines, and we're going to see you on the other side of the break.
The French is the opening you can play against the move 1 e4 with the move 1 e6. This is not the most topical opening, but it has been played by some great players of the past, most notably Mikhail Botvinnik and Viktor Korchnoi. Also, Armenian players Simbatul Putyan and Rafael Vaganyan have done a great contribution. And many others. Artur Yusupov is a notable example. And also the players, the modern players have played it. Occasionally Magnus Carlsen plays the French. Also many others. The German youth players, the top youth players are playing it. The point of the opening is to fight for the center. While we don't immediately control these squares, we intend to push the d-pawn to d5 and hit the e4 pawn. Now the problem is quite evident. After d4, d5, we have the issue of the c8 bishop. It is potentially a bad bishop. But things are not so simple. Let's look at options white has here. After e takes d5, the so-called exchange French, black plays e takes d5, and the bishop gets activated. The position is symmetric and pretty equal. Other options for white, the advanced French, the move e5. Very critical move. White controls the center, but black starts the counterplay against the d4 pawn with the move c5. After c3, the main line continues with knight c6, knight f3, and now queen b6. This is the main line, hitting the d4 pawn, keeping an eye on the b2 pawn. Black has quite some counterplay here. Another big variation is the Tarrasch defense, move knight d2. Here, black has an option of playing knight f6, provoking the move e5, or the main move c5, challenging the center and opening up the position. After, for example, e takes d5, queen takes d5, d takes c5, black can recapture the c5 pawn with the queen or with the bishop, and we get the standard structure for this variation. A very complicated structure, but essentially fine for black. The main variation is the third move, knight c3. Here, black has three options. D takes e4 is the so-called Rubinstein French. The positions after knight takes e4 are relatively simple. Black is trying to get this knight d7, knight gf6, then the c5 break, trade these two pawns, and get the position similar to the Tarrasch variation. This is a very solid weapon. Black does not get many winning chances, but it's been played most notably by Georg Meyer from Germany, quite a lot of games. He played it throughout his career, and he claims this is a decent way of fighting for the equality. But the two most popular lines are much more strategically complex. Knight f6, this is the classical variation. Quite remarkably, it's been played by Kasparov and Kramnik after their retirement. I don't know what to think about it, but that is a fact. After knight f6, white pushes the pawn to e5, immediately or after the move bishop g5. The position after e5, knight comes to d7, white usually plays f4, black plays c5, white usually plays knight f3. Now we get this very complicated position. The c8 bishop is a problem. Very often it trades itself via a6 to the f1 bishop. Or sometimes the bishop remains here and black starts counterplay against the d4 pawn with moves like knight c6, queen b6, or breaks the e5 pawn with the move f6. These positions are very complex. But the other option black has against the third move, knight c3, is even more complicated. That is the bishop b4, the Wiener variation. The positions become very balanced here. After the move e5, black plays c5. The main line goes with a3, bishop takes c3, bc. And this is one of the most strategically complex positions in chess. White has advantage of two bishops and a very strong central control, a complete control over the e5 square, as he has the dark square bishop. Black, in his turn, has a better pawn structure. White already got weaknesses here. And if black manages to trade the bishop, he's going to have a positional advantage. The main line continues even more fascinatingly with move knight e7. White plays queen g4, and black can sacrifice the g7 pawn with the move queen c7, queen takes g7, rook g8, queen takes h7. Black is currently 2 pawns down, but he hits back in the center with c takes d4. And this is a very complicated position. The Wiener defense, the tabia of the Wiener defense. Many top-level games have been played here. I played it with the white pieces against Magnus Carlsen. This is also, incidentally, my youth weapon. I played this as a child with black. Very complicated. Once again, the French defense, very strategically complex, sound, but a compact defense for black. As we saw, there are not that many deviations for white. So it is a perfect choice to play on all the levels, starting from amateurs all the way to the top level.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the Grand Chess Tour from Zagreb, Croatia. As we get ready for round 12, let's first take a look at our current standings, and then we're going to go into our pairings.
We have Maxim Vachier-Lagrave catching up with Jan Nepomniachtchi at the top of the standings, tied for first position with 18 points. Anish Giri in third position with 16 points, 2 points behind with 7 rounds to go. We have Vishwanathan Anand with 15.5 points in fourth position, tied for fifth position, Alexander Grishuk and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. We have Shahryar Mamediyarov, Anton Korobov, Kasparov, and Jordan Van Forest in the final 4 positions.
Grishuk also showing his blitz skills with 7 in the blitz score. As you can see, he's tied with Jan for showing great blitz understanding. And round 12 pairing. Set the table for us, please, Christian.
We have our marquee matchup of the round. Vishwanathan Anand, the Tiger of Madras, the 5-time world champion, facing Maxim Vachier-Lagrave on board 1. Then we have Anish Giri versus Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Another great matchup.
Probably our reserve matchup.
Yeah,
then we have
that.
Anton Korobov against Grishuk. We have Shahryar Mamediyarov versus Jordan Van Forest, and Garry Kasparov versus Jan Krzysztof Duda, a clash of generations.
As Maurice was just informing us, Vichy and Nand, 2 draws, but letting the youngsters escape as he missed that beautiful move, Rook G1 check, that would have brought him victory. I mean, he's playing really well. I mean, both in the rapid and blitz. Vichy has always been a great natural rapid and blitz player, and just missing, I want to say, apply here and there. If he had found a couple of key moves, who knows, he might be contesting for a podium finish. And there he is, 5-time world champion. And I remember a dinner where I had said 5-time world champion, and he kind of whispered to me afterwards, you know, I won 9 world championships, right? And he was informing me about his blitz as well as rapid world championship titles that he'd also won. And I said, yeah, that sounds like too many, Vichy. Quiet.
This is a man on his game for the past 3 decades. He's just simply amazing.
Yeah, but hasn't played chess, over the board chess, I mean, in, what did he say, 14 months, 16 months?
I think for 16 months, I think he mentioned. Wow. And it's all about the feeling, right? The feeling that you're almost forgetting whenever you have such a long period of inactivity. 16 months, you're not used to that traveling, you're not used to that seeing your peers, you're not used to being away from your family, so your priorities change.
Big time. And just to remind our viewers, once again, MVL has outscored everybody in the blitz so far, so we'll see what Vichy can do with his open Sicilian. Again, he played this his entire career as a natural 1 E2, E4 player, but he did win the world championship match against Kramnik by changing to D4. Such a versatile player is Vichy Anand. And now we have a Dragendorf, kind of a mixture, a hybrid, if you will, of both the Najdorf and the Dragon. The move A2, A4 invited the Dragon, and that was exactly what MVL did. Move Rook B8, prepping something based on Knight takes D4 and B5 because the pawn on E4 is vulnerable, but I'm kind of confused by the move Rook B8.
No, that is definitely its main objective in that position, to get off this A file and try to prepare B5 at one point or the other. And this Dragendorf is possible. We're seeing this G6 in the Najdorf, especially when white is sort of losing its opportunity to long castle with a move A4 at move number 6, what we've seen in this game. You're not going to go long castle. So we're only going to see short castle from white, and that is very important because that's when black wants to play G6. Whenever I was playing the Dragon myself, I was so happy whenever I was seeing this quiet systems with bishop to E2, short castle. I knew that I'm very close to equalizing, and this is exactly what we're seeing from MVL. He is not a Dragon player, but he knows that in certain nuances in the Najdorf, he can transition into a Dragon, and he feels very comfortable doing so.
Okay, cool. The bishop E2, I've kind of thought of these as the Nottingham variation from Nottingham, England. And white oftentimes plays with a dollop of poison based on the move F2, F4. Now in this case, Vichy has parted with his light square bishop in order to dominate over the B6 square. Vichy is one of those players, one of those very rare players at the elite level who's more than willing to trade off his 2 bishops for a knight. And he has proven over the many decades of the rightness of his perspective, as he's scored very well. Here he has one of those typical positions where it is a case of a knight versus bishop, but usually you do want to take away the 2 bishops from your opponent. So I see this move F2, F3 as a move that preps bishop H6, and I was dead wrong. He just played queen F2, like no problem. I want to keep the dark square bishop What's the idea behind the move queen f2, Christian?
I believe it's preparing the move bishop to d4 in the future. Also, maybe if you're going to try to double up on the c file, I have some ideas with rook to d4 and trapping that queen there on c4. I am not 100% sure. It's a very intriguing move, I have to say. Bishop h6 seemed much more natural in that variation and probably would have been the option for many of us, just exchanging that dark square bishop. We know that that is one of the best weapons in Black's arsenal.
Absolutely. In these positions, when the knight on d4 has stepped back to b3, it loses its control over the e6 square, and it's very common for Black to move his bishop to e6. Not 100% sure I'm a big fan of the queen being on c4. Maybe queen b4 with the idea of rook takes c3, a very standard exchange sacrifice. Yeah, I was about to say the queen on c4 doesn't feel right. He steps back with queen c7, does MVL. And as you said, queen f2 preps bishop d4. In this particular case, maybe bishop takes f6 and knight d5 could be considered as a threat. But again, c2 is hanging.
I do have to, I do have to say that queen on f2 doesn't make a very good impression on me. I'm still trying to wrap my head around exactly why f2 is better on d2, because you could have put that bishop on d4 with a queen on d2 as well. There's absolutely no drawback to that.
And now we see perhaps what Vichy had in mind.
Knight again, to d2, okay, this is it. Yeah.
Potentially he's looking for a knight to c4 to b6 maneuver, and or a maneuver like knight f1 to e3, and again looking at control over the d5 square. So queen f2, a prelude to knight to d2.
Well, also, this is why these players are so strong. They see a position, they immediately target and understand which piece stands the worst. That was, in our case, the knight on b3. It wasn't doing anything at that position. So immediately finds a way to reshuffle it to a much more active square, and that is, as you were mentioning, Yasser, probably knight to c4. You do have to be a bit careful with knight c4 because bishop e4 might come into play. Nevertheless, I do think that knight c4, knight to b6 is the landing square, because that's going to take away that beautiful square on a semi-open file from the rook on c8. Also, the knight from b6 is potentially going to watch that square d5 and potentially land on it.
Well, now that the pawn is on a5, there's no b7, b5 breaks for Black in the position, so Black is going to have to rely upon e6, d5 and or e5, d5. It's very hard to get in both e5 as well as d5, because any e5 move is going to precipitate bishop to b6, which controls d8 and doesn't let you play for d5. So I see Vichy's strategy as being one of restraint, that basically what Vichy is going to say is, I put my pawn on a5 so you have no queenside breaks. I'm going to put my knight on e3 so you're going to have no central breaks. You don't want to play d5 with a knight on e3. I could play e5 and f4. You don't want to play e5 and d5 because e5 will give up control over the d5 square. So restraint, in the words of Aaron Nimzovich, restraint, blockade, destroy. And by the way, knight on e3, it might look like it takes a long time to get the knight to b6, but without the move bishop b5, one day knight c4 and knight d6 lands with tempo. Queen h4 hitting the knight. We do see this trade of the bishop. We could have done this a long time ago with bishop h6. So, but no harm, no foul. I mean, it's taken Vichy a while to get his pieces to the squares he wants, but he's getting them there. Rook d4, queen d2, king h1, knight g4. These are all moves that I'd have on my agenda as white, and I say, I've got the game under control. So again, I'm looking at rook d4. Oh, he took and played just c3. I'm thinking that the trade kind of relieves Black a bit. I'm not sure I like this knight c3 takes b5 trade by Vichy, but he did double up the pawns.
I have to agree with you on that one, Yasser, because specifically that pawn on a5 becomes a bit of a target. Now, rook to from c8 to a8 potentially be a move, and then if white is forced to play the move b4, defending that pawn on a5, then that pawn on c3 is just going to be a weakness forever. And to be honest, that knight on c3 was almost acting as a plug on the c file.
Exactly,
it was just completely killing black's play on that file. That bishop on b5 wasn't doing much.
No, exactly. The bishop b5 wasn't bothering anyone.
This trade is a bit intriguing and mysterious to me.
Okay, queen to c5. I think there's supposed to be a black queen on c5. Sometimes on these DGZ boards, when you do play quickly, the piece doesn't land
Maybe we
firmly,
can see the bird eye view so that we
squarely on.
know where the queen is. Right
Yeah,
now.
so queen c5, not queen e3. Ah, that's what happened. The queen e3, queen d4 got registered. So we think that there's a black queen on c5.
Maybe we can see the bird eye view of the position
Of the
right
board.
now.
Hard to see from.
There we go.
And there we do. We do have queen takes c
So there was an exchange on
of
c5.
queen. So we go back to this position, and we believe it was queen takes c5, d takes c5, knight to e3, knight to d3. I think we have an up-to-date position.
Well, I have to say the
on
past
board.
5 moves have been definitely favorable for black. That knight on d3 looks beautiful.
I think, okay, my board is frozen at the moment.
We're just going to watch the bird's eye view, I think, for the moment.
Exactly.
We're going to see b4 right now, defending that pawn on a5. You cannot take en passant because that knight on d3 is just going to fall. Wait a minute, can you take en passant?
That's the question, and he's stopping to think about it, and now Vichy is thinking as well. Hold on,
I don't think you can, because you have knight to c2
rook takes, rook
at the end.
takes, b2, rook d1, rook takes a5,
Knight to c2. And that stops you in your tracks.
b7, b6, and Vichy says, okay, you've got a great knight on d3, and I've got to get rid of it.
Immediately.
I think that's exactly what he's done. Now, black, I think, is for choice as he gets in this very important move, rook a3, seizing the initiative. And I think Vichy has to get his rook initiative as well with rook to d7 with the intention of rook b7. We've played it. Now, if the rook doubles on the 7th, king h1 and rook g1 will be Vichy's answer, king h2. I didn't like king h2 because of that move. Rook takes f3. I think the king on h1 would not have made rook f3 possible.
And we can see a gulp by Vishwanathan. He realizes that that pawn was not supposed to be lost.
Exactly. He stopped him in his tracks. He could have played king h1, and he would have had a very, very easy time of it. Now he's fighting for a draw, frankly. Rook takes c3.
23 seconds for MVL, 48 seconds for Vishwanathan.
And rook g2. Now it's all about rook takes f7 check. He can, and he's done it. King h6, and you can go back rook g1, and I think
that
Vichy
might have been the saving grace for Vichy.
Yes, exactly. Fortunate enough, but
it is not over yet.
Nope. MVL still for choice, as he is,
one pawn up.
One pawn up. But that's an important move. h5, h4. It basically locks in black's king, and it keeps this rook on g1. Ooh, c3, really? If that was necessary, now I think it's just a draw.
It is not that easy.
I think it's
rook to g4.
Easy
that
draw.
is an important move.
Because now the rook on g1 can be released for active duties. Unless Vichy wants to play king h1 and g3.
Yes, sir. That e-pawn is still.
It exists. I don't disagree.
The rook leaves that outpost on g4, decides to activate via the c file.
That's a very surprising decision. Vichy is thinking that his rook on g1. I thought the rook on g4 would be better suited, a more active defender, but Vichy has a different perspective. That, okay, now he can just trade rooks, and that's an easy. Wow.
He decides not to.
Yeah. Okay.
He must know something that we don't, Yasser.
Exactly.
'Cause,
Pass pawns must be pushed.
I really thought that it was much better to exchange one pair of rooks, but
For me, there was no question about it. E3. He did not choose to play E3. He could have gotten his pawn. By the way, breaking news as Nepo has lost his game. And
against Anish Giri,
Ooh,
who
that's
moves
a
on
huge
1 point
scorer.
behind him right now.
Anish was and
In a
look at
must-win
this,
situation.
King G3.
Oh my goodness,
and
what is happening there?
Vichy is really giving his opponent fantastic opportunity.
20 seconds for
Ooh,
Vichy, 10 seconds for MVL.
I'm afraid that something like G4 might be winning now.
And he's going for it.
Yeah, I'm afraid that this could be a winning. And you go rook to F2. Not rook to, I thought he was going to go rook to F2. Why didn't he go rook to F2?
Now we're going to see a
The
combination.
idea of G4 was to keep the king so that it's protected. You could go on rook F2.
King
and
to F4.
King to F4. Okay, maybe the crisis has suddenly passed. As once again, Vichy can go check and get into a single rook ending that,
Let's get a roof off the board. No, Vichy says.
again, keeping 4 rooks on the board, in my view, rook F4.
Wait a minute.
Rook
Isn't that the
takes
pawn?
G2?
Did it? What was that?
Seriously?
Wait a minute.
Check.
That's check.
Check.
Check again.
And no.
We don't have anything, really. What?
Whoa, somebody's playing for a win? Is Vichy really playing for a win?
No. There's
Okay.
nobody's playing for a win.
Okay. Wow. Sorry about that my board got frozen, but okay, we really had a mix at the end, and for Vichy, he dodged a bullet a little bit there.
No, absolutely, he did, but he was not. He was playing very courageous, I have to say. It didn't feel like he was in trouble, at least emotionally, at any point in the game, and that is one of his biggest strengths. He's so stoic. He just looks like nothing will affect him in this tournament. He defended that 4-rook endgame brilliantly, I have to say. Just not exchanging, maybe not exchanging that rook was the right play, because those rooks were always creating threats against the black king. It felt like it, at least with the specific time situation on the clock. We remember MVL was actually down on time, so maybe that is why the practical choice was to keep 4 rooks on the board. But we do have Maurice with some news about this amazing round. Maurice.
Another incredible round. Victories just flying all over the place. One game to note is Garry Kasparov's game. He had a fantastic position coming in the middle game, played beautiful chess, and then in time pressure, that bugaboo that has been haunting him throughout, he just made some mistakes that led to a bad position. In the end, it looked like he lost on time. The position he had on the board was lost anyway. So he's got to get that speed up, that natural pace, but definitely playing better than he was yesterday. But the big game of the round we're going to focus on is a couple of the other victories you can check out. Giri versus Nepo. Nepo with the black pieces. Remember yesterday, he won his first game, as he did today. He lost his second game, as he did today. Yesterday, he drew and then lost. This time, he forced himself into a lost position. He could have had the same result as well. Take a look at the black pieces here. White's king is being flushed out, and it is a perpet. Giri's ready to accept the draw, no problem. Just check, check, no problem. But then Nepo said, no, I'm going to try to win this game with a check, and then another check, and a disaster as the white king raced up the board and suddenly was away from any danger. Rook c4 check, e4, and he built himself a cage. The problem is you can't steal a rook because queen f6 check is simply mate on the next move. And so that was just devastating, the move. e4, rook takes, queen takes, and now after queen d1 check, queen a8, and once again, The king is caged as the queen is going to march to the G7 square with no problem and checkmate the black king. A disastrous loss because Nepo got ambitious, overly ambitious in this position. And so now suddenly it's the rise of the Frenchman, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who is showing his incredible blitz abilities without having to worry about anything as he watches Nepo fade. Half a point lead, I think it is right now. I should note, Korobov beat Grishchuk, a game he should not have won, but Grishchuk messed up also in time pressure. And Shakir Mamedyarov did a good job from basically equal position, outplaying Jordan Van Foreest. We're seeing a lot of victories, folks. This last day, is absolutely insane. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. Garry Kasparov's favorite number is the number 13. Born April 13th, he was the 13th world champion. As we get set for round 13, guess what we have in store for you? We have a game between Garry Kasparov versus Viswanathan Anand. They may not be in first, but that's going to be our marquee matchup game for sure for this, the 13th round. But first, let's take a look at the standings. Where after 12 rounds of play, Christian?
Well, we have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave as the new leader of the competition with 18.5 points. I believe this might be actually his first sole lead of the tournament. Jan Nepomniachtchi with 18 points in second position. He must be feeling quite sad about his performance today. We have Anish Giri, who has won a crucial game against Jan Nepomniachtchi and is now only a point and a half behind Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Viswanathan Anand, we're going to see him in the next round with 16 points. Christoph Duda with 16 points as well. Shakir Mamedyarov and Alexander Grishchuk on 15 points. Anton Korobov, 13.5. Kasparov/Saric with 11 points and a half, and Jordan Van Foreest in 10th position with 9 points.
And our pairings for this 13th round are really, really mouth-watering as the two tournament leaders go head-to-head, and it's amazing that that's not going to be our marquee matchup. Christian.
And that is not our marquee matchup because we have the big clash between former world champions Garry Kasparov and Viswanathan Anand, and that is going to be our marquee matchup of the round. Then, of course, we have Jan Nepomniachtchi versus MVL. We have Grishchuk versus Mamedyarov. We have Jordan Van Foreest versus Anish Giri. Once again, a reiteration of their tiebreak match in the Tata Steel, and Duda versus Korobov. But we do have Maurice in Zagreb with a special guest.
Michael Korodikowski. Maurice.
Yes, indeed. We're with the big MK, the big kahuna for the Grand Chess Tour. Mike, thanks for joining us. You must be pleased with seeing more chess happening over the board. It's been a tremendous success for the tour so far with these 3 events.
Absolutely, Maurice. It's a very good event for us. A lot of viewership, especially with Gary's participation, although he is not in good form. But anyway, viewers watching the games, and they understand that this is not online games, it's in person. And players also hungry to play over the board.
We can feel it tingling with excitement, but we know you have even more exciting news about next year's tour.
Yes, actually, we already set up schedule for season 2022. And I'm happy to announce that we will have new spot, a new leg in Warsaw, Poland. Another European capital joining the tour.
Incredible. So tell us all the events that will happen. Will it be all 5 events that happen this year and next year in Poland as well, in Warsaw?
Well, actually, next year it will be very heavy schedule, very heavy calendar, because there will be 3 Grand Prix FIDE events, qualifiers for the candidates tournament, then candidates tournament, then World Team Championships, then World Olympiad. So therefore, we really need to squeeze everything in order not to have a conflict. So we were working with FIDE in collaboration in order to make balanced calendar, and actually we succeeded. We will have, like this year, 5 events in the regular season, starting in Bucharest with classical event, going to Paris, then going to Zagreb, and then new spot, as I mentioned, it would be Warsaw. Warsaw will substitute St. Louis Rapid and Blitz just for 1 year because of this heavy calendar. But Sinquefield Cup, as a classical event, remains the same as
around Rex's birthday, as a matter of fact. I know Rex Sinquefield, the namesake of that event, will close it out. I will say this is a great schedule. I'm sure Polish fans are jumping up and down. Jan Krzysztof Duda probably knows he's already a wild card in that event. You're expanding. You said you only stayed at 5 because of the busy schedule for next year, FIDE's busy schedule, but that is less busy in the following year. Are you planning to expand the Grand Chess Tour in 2023?
Well, first of all, we will, in 2023, we will reinstate St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. But we have some other spots on the pipeline, so it's very possible that we will bring another capital in Europe, another tour. Not to mention that we're still contemplating to have a finals. So, but it must be seen, and it will be announced after Sinquefield Cup.
I guess I better start packing my bags now. Incredible tour. Well, thank you so much for that announcement. Again, I'm sure the Polish fans are thrilled. Congratulations on a successful tour so far, and we'll see you in St. Louis for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz.
Absolutely. Looking forward to that. And to conclude, I want to appreciate all sponsors that support Grand Chess Tour. Obviously, St. Louis Chess Club, Superbet, Vivendi, and looking forward for the next leg.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us, Michael. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Michael, for those announcements. And hello, Warsaw. This is marvelous to have a tournament in Poland. Your quick knee-jerk thoughts, Christian, about the next year's Grand Chess Tour?
Well, I have to say Poland and the Polish Chess Federation and chess in Poland as a whole has been at the forefront of the recent revolution in chess in the past few years. They've been organizing events, they've been finding sponsors all over the place, online. There's so many Polish fans, there's so many Polish streamers as well. We have an avalanche of Polish chess fans, and of course we have one Jan Krzysztof Duda, who is leading that revolution in terms of chess players. He's just an amazing chess player. He's going to be their leading grandmaster for the years to come. And yeah, it's so amazing to see another capital being added to the Grand Chess Tour.
Gotta love it. 2022 promises to be a chess player's delight. Let's take a look at our predictions. I personally am very, very proud of myself. I couldn't have been more wrong. But you two are really fighting it out. Christian, how do you feel about your picks?
Well, I really like the last round. What can I say? My pick beating Maurice's pick and getting closer to MVL, but still, I mean, a long way to go for me. 1.5 points behind MVL. I have to say, right now, it is Maurice who is looking quite good.
And Maurice, your thoughts?
I know those words came out of Christian's mouth, which like choking on them. You know, he hates admitting when I'm right. We'll see as the round continues. There's still lots of games left. No need to brag early. We'll see as MVL is making a case for maybe being the one who wins the tournament, which I didn't anticipate. I anticipated Nepo winning. But right now, vive la France. Allez les Bleus. The Frenchman showing his skills in blitz, which he is absolutely extraordinary at blitz.
And why is that so important as we see our current standings? MVL surging 8.5 points in the blitz score as he leads the tables on those last two columns. But this event, Christian, is what MVL needs to get back into the Grand Chess Tour standings. He didn't do well in the first two legs of the Grand Chess Tour. He needed a huge event here. He's delivering.
No, absolutely, he is delivering, and he has been off form in classical chess, in rapid chess, in blitz chess for the past 1.5 years. But right now, we're starting to see the resurgence of MVL, and I was looking on one of the websites that is showing the live ratings, and MVL in this tournament, in the blitz portion, he has won 35 rating points.
Yeah.
That is huge, and that propels him back into the top 5. Right now, I think his live rating is in position number 4, if I'm not mistaken.
And Maurice, quick thought, weigh in here as we get ready for round 13.
Well, think about the Grand Chess Tour standings. That's really what's key here. And MVL's position, if he wins, it's actually maybe not that significant. I mean, of course, he comes within range of Wesley, so he actually, I believe, overtakes Wesley So, but by a smidgen. But this will be his 3rd event. He will be at 22 points if he gets 13 right now. It'll be 22, but that will be his 3rd event. Wesley will still have 2 events left. Wesley would have to fully bomb in order to lose this lead over MVL. But it's Anish Giri sitting at 5.5. He needs points. He wants to get either the 13 points for winning this event, which puts him at 18.5, very close to Wesley, or at least 10, which puts him at 15.5 and has a fighting chance to catch Wesley So. So keep an eye on Anish. He's going to be fully motivated in the next few rounds.
And how ironic that in this 13th round, Anish should go up against his rival and countryman, Jordan Van Forest, where the two famously played a tiebreak in this year's Tata Steel chess tournament. Again, our marquee matchup, though, is with these two legends. They may have a little wear and tear on them over the years, but boy, did they cross swords in their careers. Marvelous to see these two great warriors at the board as they kind of look at each other and no handshake, just let's go. All right, let's go, says Gary. D4, knight f6, e6, and a Nimzo. Will we see queen c2? No. Knight f3. And we've transposed to a Rogozin. Remember, Gary lost catastrophically with the move bishop f4 against Nepo. He's repeating. Knight d7 and knight e4 was the prescription that Nepo used, not Vichy. c7, c6. Weigh in here, Christian.
This is the more topical response.
Is it? I wanted to ask.
c7 to c6, of course, and then probably knight to d7 is going to land no matter what. But knight to d7 was opening up the opportunity for other ideas for black, such as queen to b3, and I believe this is exactly what Garry Kasparov went back home, analyzed a little bit, understood what he has to do, and he was ready to face that knight to d7, but c6, it's much more of a topical approach. Right now, if you go queen to b3, for example, without the knight on d7, I have the nice retreat to d6 with my bishop, and that's just going to propose the exchange of the bishops. Of course, we might not see that. Let's wait. We see a g6 on the board right now, queen to c2, g6, preparing the move bishop to f5, but that leaves a lot of dark squares around the king's side. It
certainly does. That is a suspicious move for me, but then again, I have to say that Vichy is such a wonderfully prepared opening player. Doubtlessly, he's analyzed this position in g6, bishop f5, developing with a tempo. Well, you can certainly understand why Vichy played the move g7, g6, supporting his bishop. Now, as you were mentioning, the queen, the queen can go to the b3 square, queen to b3, then the bishop can't drop back to d6 as the pawn on b7 is hanging. So after queen b3, what do you reckon Vichy has intended?
Well, I do believe that we're going to see, after queen to b3, either an immediate exchange with bishop takes c3, or we're going to see a move such as queen to a5.
Queen to b3.
Asking the question, are you going to play a3 and try to really kick that bishop away? Then I'm going to take on c3. You're not going to be able to take with the queen, because I believe the endgame is quite okay for a black, but let's wait and see, because right now after queen to b3, which is not yet on the board.
He played it.
And we
queen
see
b6 immediately, defending the bishop, but your queen a5, by the way, I think a2, a3 would have chased down the bishop, yes.
Absolutely.
But he did play the move queen b6, and What?
Knight to h4. Bishop to e6. Now, that is
That
preparing the move
is a
bishop to
very
b3.
surprising move for me, knight h4. But he wanted to chase the bishop away so that he could follow it up with bishop d3. It's cost him a tempo or two. It looks castles, queen's gambit declined.
Now we're seeing a move such as knight h5.
Knight h.
I have to say,
Okay.
I am puzzled by the way these players are
An
playing
interesting mix of moves. We have that wonderful expression, knight on the rim is dim. The players are making an mockery of our deeply held precepts. Knight on h4, knight on h5. If bishop h6, I imagine that Vichy wants to play the move bishop f8, offering a trade of queens as well as a trade of bishops. An intriguing decision if white tries a move like bishop e5, f6, knight takes. I don't think those sacrifices are going to work. So bishop e5, f6, bishop g3 might be, by the way, very, very bad clock management by Gary. I'm sorry to say, Gary, you're playing blitz chess. That means you only have 5 minutes, and you're not allowed to take a 1 minute thing this early in the game. Christian.
You are very correct about that one. Right now, Garry Kasparov reaching that 2 minute point, and the Vishwanathan Anand with 4 minutes and 14 seconds. That's a huge time difference. That's 2 minutes time difference. And let's not forget, in their first encounter yesterday, Garry Kasparov lost on time.
That was the question
He
also,
did.
yeah, because I didn't know if he
lost on
resigned
time.
the game
No,
or he lost on time.
He lost on
Because
time.
I didn't like that Gary resigned a number of positions. Again, in blitz, you're supposed
He's
to play
still
him out.
thinking after knight h5, Yasser. He's still thinking.
No, you play bishop e5 castles.
So I guess our board is not updating yet.
Yeah, castles is on the board. I had expected f7, f6. Vichy said, no, I don't have to play f7, f6. I can castle and I can maybe track this bishop down with the move knight d7 followed by knight takes e5. And again, I'm looking at Gary's clock and I'm going, Gary, you can't do this. Okay, it's
Down
now
to his
last
minute, Yasser. Down to
me?
his last minute.
No way. h2, h3 in order to maintain his bishop, knight d7, bishop h2. But Gary would have been playing, losing a lot of tempo. G4.
Giving up a pawn for compensation on the g file. You cannot, well, you can take, but you might get checkmated after a move such as rook to g1.
I'm taking.
He took it.
I don't believe it. I think it's more bluff and bluster. After all, where is White going to put his king? White has a king as well.
Bishop went
bishop
back
takes
to
g4,
e6.
rook to g1, bishop back to e6. And now, in the words of anybody who lives in Missouri, show me what you got.
Yasser,
what do you got?
Vichy has 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Gary has less than a minute right now.
What do you have for the sacrifice pawn? Gary, again, you know, he's the one sacrificing material. He should be the one snapping his moves out. F4, F5 is on his agenda, but what is he thinking about? Castles first? He played queen c2. Okay, he's ready to sacrifice more material against the g6 pawn. And again, what Christensen? What? Maurice killed me with this Christensen. Christian.
He started off with Christensen. He's been watching maybe too many Denmark games at the Euro 2020.
I think he's ready for the U.S. seniors with Larry.
Larry Christensen.
The big dog comes into town. Larry Christensen. But let's see their lifetime records in classical chess. 17 wins, 4 losses. Classical, definitely Gary has the huge upper hand. But I was about to say in rapid, I would have imagined
the story must be different.
Storyline would have changed a great deal. Now, queen c2, I like this move too by Gary, as he's the one sacrificing material, so he's trying to keep pieces on the board, specifically the queens in this case, but he does have ideas. He does have ideas of f4 and castles followed by f5. I don't believe it's full compensation, but in blitz, the idea is to put as many problems to your opponent in as quick amount of time as you can, and you can see Vichy fell
97, allowing
97.
bishop takes g6, which immediately was played on the board, and now we have fire on the board because, wait a minute, what is that? How are you going to defend? Are you going to take with the f pawn and then allow knight takes g6 and then try to run with the king? Is that what it is?
I don't know if rook takes g6 isn't his plan follow.
I believe that is his plan.
So if you take f7 takes g6, rook takes g6 check.
King to f7.
Rook takes e6.
He took with
King
the
takes
knight,
e6.
I believe.
Queen takes. Aha, he didn't
Took
follow
with
it
the
up
knight.
with rook.
Right now I'm imagining the only move in the position must be rook to king to f7, getting the king off the g file. I don't see anything else.
Everybody's getting very, very nervous as this is a very tense moment. Vichy played knight takes e5.
As they're approaching
What
their
a
last few
move.
seconds, I think we should move to the
What-
bird's eye view so that we see.
What a move. Knight takes e5.
Wow.
I mean, you have to have ice in your veins to play a move like knight takes e5. Queen c7 defending h7. Yep, Vichy says, show me, Gary. I still don't think it's enough.
Down to his last 20 seconds, Gary Kasparov is 1 minute and 20 seconds for Vichy Anand.
How many seconds? I'm sorry?
Well,
Did
right
you
now
say?
we have 15 seconds for Gary.
15 seconds for Gary.
1 minute and
finally,
20 seconds for Vichy.
Castle's long. How long did it take him to put his king in safety? Castle's long. Now, this knight on h5 is just not doing it for me.
But it cannot retreat to g7 because you're going to lose that pawn on h7.
That's why I have to start with bishop f5.
He must be thinking
Bishop
about that.
f5.
And
he's
there
done
it is.
But same move faster was better.
Vishwanathan Anand does have a time advantage right now.
Now, he's just put a crucial decision to Vichy, and Vichy answered it nicely. I like this move, a7, a5. I was also thinking, look, you know, take away the aggressive pieces. Vichy getting nervous.
We see a shake of hands right there.
We've seen Vichy show some nerves.
What happened?
Uh-oh.
What happened? 3 seconds, 2 seconds,
Gary,
1 second.
Gone. It's over.
That's it. He flagged. What was that?
I don't know what it was.
What? The game is over, guys.
Yeah.
The game is over.
Gary.
What was that?
Gary just
We still
froze.
have some games.
He just froze.
going right
By the way,
now.
let's jump to our game with our two leaders. It's the Nepo versus MVL matchup.
Well, one leader and one chasing.
That is true.
And I have to say, this must be close to equality. Nevertheless, white is definitely going to try. 2 pieces
Two
for a
minor
rook.
pieces for a rook, but all the pawns on the same side of the board.
This is supposed to be a theoretical draw.
Yeah, but you're absolutely right. With the 2 pieces, I'm playing against the rook.
Absolutely.
Especially if I can get an h4 and h5. Very important expansion on the king side.
And he did that.
King f4, intriguing idea.
Now, anytime you're going to try to put that bishop on the a7 g8 diagonal, I'm going to try to challenge it with my light square bishop. If I manage to exchange the light square bishops, then it's very easy. With the light square bishops on the board, not that easy. We're going to see bishop c4 right now. No, rook to
What do you
d8.
think of 2 bishops versus the rook with 3 and 3?
I still believe it's a theoretical draw.
I'm less sure than you. That was the reason I asked you the question, Christian, is if the knight were to land on the f5 square, would you take it?
I would, yes.
You would.
Instantaneously,
That's-
and then I would try to get that pawn to f6. I don't know if I can get it to f6. That's the problem.
Okay, king to d7 as he's...
Rook to e5. 25 seconds for MVL, 35 seconds for Jan Nepomniachtchi.
And once again, the challenger, the world champion, trying to delicately control his task, which is to get hit. Ooh, King E7. No, King C7. That was a surprise move for me. King. Okay, we're definitely keeping the bishop. Ooh, I was expecting bishop to E4 there. Knight C6. What is White's king doing on the C7 square?
Well,
the
it's getting
E8
close.
Square, I
It's
understand.
getting close. Now bishop to C5 might be
Bishop
a problem.
C5.
You have to be careful.
Oh,
12 seconds. All right, he decides to go king to F8. Bishop to C5 is going to be met by rook C4, so he cannot play that right now.
correct. That is a very good point, Christian. Oh, that allows bishop E4.
And he goes for it. Wait a minute.
I think
Knight to B6.
Knight to B6. Bishop check. Now
I
knight to
believe
B6.
your own, knight to E7. He's going. He
he
tries to preserve the
Yes, he tries to keep his minor pieces on the board.
bishop to E2.
Clever, but he may have missed some. What's this? Bishop to C4?
Bishop to C4, rook to C2 would be a big problem.
I'm sorry, that is a good point indeed. Again, the king on C7 is not making a great impression.
5 seconds for MVL,
Bishop
and he lost the
takes.
pawn.
But no, he's got the bishop on G4.
But that king is stuck on H8. 11 seconds for Nepomniachtchi.
And now you need to refocus against the G7 pawn. Whoa. Why is
Wait a minute, he lost the pawn.
Yeah.
That is good news for MVL.
Absolutely. MVL fans are rejoicing. And again, before you press your clock, you have to make sure that your pieces are properly on the squares and not knocked over.
Not a draw just yet. Oh my goodness.
Some nervous tension once again. Now
he tries to bring the F
move
pawn.
F4 set up a discovered attack against the rook. Very cleverly played by MVL to keep the rook pinning the minor pieces. Oh, it's all about the clock now. Christian, jump in here.
13 seconds for Jan Nepomniachtchi, 12 seconds for MVL. They have built some time
And
reserve on the clock.
Nepo is playing all out for the win.
He has to.
This wild card player, he says, look, I want to win the tournament. That's why I'm here. Check. And King H7. No, MVL's defense has just been magnificent
It has
thus
indeed.
far.
It has indeed.
I'm very, very impressed.
Now we're going to see bishop to D. Oh, the bishop cannot escape anymore.
He can't escape, and
that
Nepo
is
is shaking.
it. That is it. We're going to see a repetition draw.
Repetition. Wow. Applause. Just simply magnificent. Fantastic game, Christian. Take us through some of the results, because these two games that we witnessed had me mesmerized. I don't know what happened.
Scintillating defense by MVL allows him to stay atop of the leaderboard. We have that game ended in a draw. We got Mamediyarov winning against Grishchuk. Duda beat Anton Korobov. We have Van Forest drawing Anish Giri. That's a very important result for the standings. That one was a draw. Nepo against MVL draw.
What we just saw.
And then the one that we focused on, the game between Kasparov against Vishy. What happened in those last few seconds? Because Gary still had 5 seconds on the clock, and after bishop to c5, something happened. I don't know, maybe we can get some sort of a replay of that particular moment. That was such an intriguing moment, because he just stopped playing.
Right, it looked like he just froze or something.
There was a complaint of something. I don't know, maybe, I don't know. We're going to have to ask Gary, I guess, at some point, or maybe distinguish some clues from that replay. And we do have that replay. Let's
see what happened. So here we have, we move Queen D3 and A5.
Right now he stops. 7 seconds. No, not right now, not yet.
And then it was, I think, the bishop
7 seconds.
comes to C5.
Now he has 8 seconds on the clock. And this is the moment. After this move,
And I think we see bishop to C5, and then Gary just kind of froze. like, and looked over and said, look what happened with the clock. And his time
And
just
that's it.
expired.
No, but also Vichy showed something. I don't know what he showed. He pointed at something on the board, and Gary just got. Wait a
Frustrated.
minute. Let's see again. So
So
bishop to
we
c5.
just see the move bishop c5.
I want
now
to
Gary's-
see that moment when Vichy played the move bishop to c5. Exactly that moment, because something happened at that particular moment. He pointed towards something. And that confused Gary, and he decided to
So
just
we got to
stop.
just go.
Right there.
Yes, right,
Right
here.
there.
We could stop here. And Vichy is
Knight to d4.
knight to d4.
And
Vichy's
now-
about to play bishop c5.
Watch what he does. He doesn't touch that bishop.
Ah.
He does not touch that bishop.
Maybe Gary was
And he plays
expecting
bishop
the
to
bishop
c5.
to.
And he points at something. Right now. You saw that. What did he
Yeah.
point at?
The flag.
But the flag was
the
at 7 seconds.
frustrating-
I don't know
the
what was that.
frustration of maybe thinking the bishop on f5 was going to have to move. Well,
That's the moment. He
Yeah.
points at something. I don't know what.
But then what was really crazy, and against every instinct the grandmaster has, he froze in a blitz game. The instinct of every grandmaster is to make any move, you know, and just not let your clock expire. So you could have played rook g5, rook g3, I don't know, queen c3. But your
late.
instinct is to make any kind of a move.
Too late. Yeah.
And it was too late. As Vichy takes 2-0, quite the
2-0.
measure. And let's jump to Maurice in Zagreb. Maurice.
Yeah, we're trying to clear up that mystery here, guys. We'll see whether or not we can solve that problem for you shortly. I don't know what happened either, but we will definitely investigate. A couple of other important games. Duda beat Anton Karabov. It was a very nip and tuck affair up to this point in the game. And then queen f7 check. And this is the kind of position where your instincts take over and then prove themselves wrong. Unfortunately for Anton, he put his king on h8. He should put his king on the more exposed square of h7. Who wants to do that? You're going to just allow queen takes with a check on f5. The point here, though, is that after rook to c5, this pawn on e5 is going to drop. Queen f5 is met back by king h8, and there's no way to push this pawn or to protect it. The pawn will leave the board. This threat, for example, doesn't do anything whatsoever, as black can always take on b2, and then, as he wishes, take on e5 and save the checkmate. The difference was, after queen f7 check, king to h8, now queen takes e6. Now you can't play rook c5. Why? Because your king is actually more exposed on h8. Rook f8 check, and that's going to be all she wrote after check and mate. So counterintuitive moment, where to put it cost him a pawn and later cost him the game. Another game that was very unusual was the game between Grishchuk and Shakir Mamadurov. Right here, opposite side castling. Well, actually, white is not yet fully castled. As you see, the king moved early and is now on g1. But Grishchuk decided, let's go for it. Benko style, let's expand. Let's open up the game with a sacrifice. Bishop takes b4. And it's right here, he can now take this bishop off the board, just get rid of it, then move his king, bring his rook over to b1, bring his bishop back to d2, and start pummeling away, looking for his compensation. Instead of doing that, he played bishop to g5, f6, e takes f6, g takes f6, and once again, he should get rid of that bishop. Instead, he offered an exchange, to which Shakir said, thank you so much. Now there's very little pressure on his castle position. He went on to take the extra pawn and just maul him later in the position. We can jump ahead and see that it's black, if anything, dominating this position. d2, rook e2, let's just trade easily, and knight takes e3 check, a desperate capture. Look how white's attack went nowhere from when he played for b4. So Shakir with a very important point for him. Remember, he's got 13 Grand Chess Tour points. He needs to stay within range of Wesley So to make it some kind of fight. If he can pick up 6 or 7 points, then that'll be great. Going into St. Louis, there'll be 2 events, St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. They are both playing in those, and Shakir will have room to catch up with Wesley. Looks like third may be a little bit far for the moment, but if he catches fire, could be a show in this tournament and also, of course, for the Grand Chess Tour. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice, for those insights. Please, if you do manage to solve that mystery for us, what happened in the game between Garry Kasparov? What upset Garry that caused him to freeze? We're all ears. We'd love to know. But let's just replay this exact moment. We've just seen the move bishop to c5, and, well, Anand seems to be pointing. Help me out here, Christian. He's pointing either at the clock.
I don't think I can help you out. Only the players will be able to answer those questions right now, because I think...
But whatever happened, it did throw Garry off, because Gary's reaction was such like, why are you pointing at the clock? Why are you doing... And while he made that complaint, he ran out of time. He played the move rook g3 so casually.
I do have to say, even though this might have thrown him off, the position was complicated, but objectively I do believe that black probably was better at this point.
No question black's for choice, but that's
still a game.
That's a 3-result position for sure, especially with the player short of time. But enough of that, let's just jump to our standings. Christian.
We have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave preserving his lead after an incredible resilient defense against Jan Nepomniachtchi. 19 points, 18 points and a half for Jan Nepomniachtchi. Anish Giri, 17 points and a half. Viswanathan Anand, 17 points. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, 17 points.
Let me just jump in and just say, hey, look at MVL's 9-0 blitz score there. Wow. I mean, he's like the 3,000 TPR, tournament performance rating of 3,000. But Vishy Anand, the Tiger of Madras, showing some teeth. And by the way, Shaq, sorry to interrupt you, but Shaq is quietly, he was in the second half of the table. He's kind of creeping up.
Absolutely, but I have to say I am impressed seeing Viswanathan Anand with 8 points. That is an immense score in the blitz portion. Only 1 point behind Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He is just showing his class right now.
Exactly, he really is. Wow, fantastic, fantastic result. And let's just see how these current results look in our GCT world.
We have Wesley So still at the top of the standings with 21 points, 0.3 and $82,500. We have Levon Aronian in the second position, but MVL with 2 events played, and this is his third one. He needs to win this event, and he is doing everything in his powers to do so. He is right now only at 9 GCT points, not a lot of prize money for him so far.
Give him 13, he gets 22, and then he's looking for an epic failure by Wesley in the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. But no, more chess coming your way as our Summer of Chess here in St. Louis starts off in just a few days. July 15th through the 26th, we have 3 concurrent national championships at stake. The U.S. Junior Championship, the girls, and the senior championships. Those senior championships for me, it's kind of like a high school reunion, if you will. And then the GCT tour starts again with our 4th leg, the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, August 10th to the 16th. Then the granddaddy of them all, the Grand Chess Tour, Sinkfield Cup, August 16th to the 27th. That will be our 5th and final tour leg of the 2021 tour. Then we go to the Ultimate Moves, September 7th, and the Champion Showdown, September 8th to the 10th. That's the Fisher Random for those of you who don't know what Chess 9LX is. And then the US and US Women's Chess Championships, October 5th through the 19th, my favorite event of the year.
Absolutely. We have a summer full of chess here in St. Louis and all over the world because the Grand Chess Tour is international.
Absolutely. And now the players taking their seats as they're getting ready for round 14. And I've got to tell you, seriously, these early rounds have really taken a lot of energy out of me because I just feel like the players have played some spectacular blitz. And
But yeah, sir,
Look at these matchups.
You know, we come in the studio pre-numb at like 6 a.m. in the morning.
Exactly.
But these
Yes,
games are definitely waking us up
Truly,
instantaneously.
like, it's, cold slaps in the face, like wake up, and it's
And a
like, yeah,
cup of
okay,
strong
I'm here. And if you're not slapped awake when two legends like Garry Kasparov and Vishy Anand sit down to play, you're not a lover of chess, because for me, watching those two greats duke it out really revives a lot of wonderful, wonderful memories. So thank you to those two players in particular. Now, what's our marquee game again for this round?
Well, I have to say, I do believe we're going to stick with the Nepo game. Nepo against Anand. Will that be the one, or are we going to focus on MVL versus Van Forest?
No, Anand versus Nepo. Let's do it. Vishy will have the white pieces. Again, Vishy's a 5-time world champion, but not just a 5-time world champion. I don't know how many times he was also a challenger to the world championship. Might have been 5 times as well. And he's up against the challenger to the world champion, Jan Nepomniachtchi. And Nepo facing Vishy.
And facing the momentum behind Vishy, because Vishy is just playing incredible chess.
Exactly. This is really exciting. Vishy, I feel like, especially in his game against Garry, Vishy played a little bit more loosely with the elan that he has had throughout his whole career, just understanding. And I think in the rapids, he was finding his form. It's very, very difficult after this huge layoff that he had to come to over-the-board tournament and just immerse right into the Grand Chess Tour.
No, absolutely. He is finding his form. We see him a bit shaky with excitement,
no
let's
French
say,
defense, by the way.
in the previous game, but right now, he's all business.
Yeah, no French defense. And
we're not seeing Nepo play the
off?
French defense, especially in the blitz portion. We've seen him take the Sicilian approach in pretty much all of his blitz games.
Exactly. This queen f3, bishop d3, queen g3 line.
And he had
Whoa,
no...
f7,
wait a minute.
f5.
Wait a minute.
Holy smokes. I see a move like that, and I just go, no way.
f7, f5? Are you kidding me?
I mean, and look at this. Nepo is feeling knight f6, rook a7. I've got all of this prepared at my files at home. King f7.
Okay. What is this? Yes. Okay. What are we watching?
If you told me that this was somehow a challenge, that Nepo was playing a card game last night and said, tomorrow I'm going to play King f7 against Vishy Anand, and the guy says, I'll pay you $1,000 if you do that.
This must be it. I mean, look at this position.
What are we witnessing? Do not do this at home. No. I mean, what
Try
I'm
to
looking
teach
at
this
is
game to
everything
beginners.
is wrong.
Okay.
Okay.
Make an attempt to teach this game and the principles behind it to a beginner. Right now, I'm putting you on the spot, Yasser.
Well,
explain to us f5 and king to f7.
Disastrous. Disastrous. f5 just doesn't belong. King
G5.
f7, rook a7, g5. First of all, let's understand why we think that white has an overwhelming advantage. It's because of his development. Yeah, I mean, his rooks are connected and so on. White needs a break. Ideally, he would love to play the move c2, c4. The knight on c3, of course, we understand is in the way. But when you have an advantage in development and your opponent's king, in this case, king f7 is vulnerable, you're seeking to open up the position. And from Vishy's point of view, he's looking for his break. And this rook on a7 is also a kind of a tactical target. So I could imagine something along the lines of knight a3, queen e3. The queen on g3 isn't actually ideal. The queen on e3 needs a better square. So maybe f4, queen e3, queen d4, repositioning. I like Vishy's position a lot. The question is how to break it open advantageously, of course.
I did like the plan that you were mentioning, Yasser, with knight to a4, queen to a3. Now he's going for a different plan. You also have to be careful. Whenever you're moving that knight away from the c3 square,
Knight e4.
Knight is coming immediately on e4. And this is precisely why white is not playing the move f4. You would expect whenever you see the move f5, this expansion with f5, to immediately be met with the move f4. Try to close the position up like that, or even challenge that pawn on g5, try to open it up on the king side, take advantage of the fact that the king is wide open on f7. The problem with f4, you're giving away that e4 square for the knight forever. That's why white is keeping the pawn on f2, ready to go to f3, controlling that central square.
Okay, now having criticized, laughed at, mocked, what else can we say about Jan's play?
I mean, his position is just fine right now.
He's landed on his 2 feet.
Somehow he did.
It's not as bad as it looks, and this expansion has simply not been punished. Again, you know, it's very hard to refute a strategy you're not expecting in blitz. I don't think we would see this in classical chess, but f5, f4, okay. The bishop on c8 is no great shakes, but now that you've played the move f4, the queen on d3 does have this diagonal towards h7, a3. So I think what Vichy is saying with this move is he intends to play b4 in order to lock down the c5 square and to control it, hence a5.
And immediately we see this move, knight to a4. The battle is going on around that square c5 that you were mentioning, Yasser.
Yep.
And also he decides to start with a3 so that no queen b4 is going to be available in the position for black.
That could disturb.
Also, that knight right now, after the pawn moved from a7, maybe a potential landing square would be on b6.
Whoa, I was thinking that f2, f3 was a move that I would like to play. The reason I want to play the move f2, f3 is to control the square e4. When I see the move bishop to g4, I get to do it with a tempo. I can only imagine that Jan felt that his king could use an extra defender, bishop. But I'm seeing from Vichy's point of view, queen c3.
That's a problem.
Give me the pawn.
And that's why he played bishop d7.
And now knight c5 and queen c3, and I believe big edge.
I do believe
for white.
Jan missed the move queen to c3. He was planning exactly what you were mentioning.
Bishop
to
h5,
bishop to g6.
But then he thought, oh my God, where is the queen going to go? Oh, the queen's going to go to c3, where it's great. And by the way, knight c5, bishop d7. Jan's last 2-3 moves, f4, bishop g4, bishop d7, bishop c8, I think is a disaster. Now he's trying to make a virtue of what he just did, which I think was spoil his position with the move g4. I'm thinking, guess what? I'm going to take this guy. You're going to take with the bishop. I'm going to play rook to rook to d2 to f2, and wow, Vichy just said, oh, I thought Vichy's intention was to play knight e5 check, but he recaptured instantly on f3. Vichy, I might have to give him a membership to the Pawn Grubber Society there. He's looking at that f pawn saying, you put it there, it's vulnerable, I want it.
Absolutely, and we do have this.
Queen c6 is also on tap. Queen a5.
Position. There's so many things hanging
by
on
the
the board.
way,
It's so difficult to assess this. Rook e1 as well, absolutely.
That's very nice.
Knight f4, knight e5, queen takes c6, queen take a5. There's so many pawns hanging right now in black's position. You will not be able to defend all of them. You have to maneuver your pieces towards the white king. So I'm expecting something along the lines of rook to g8 at some point and try to get to that king. If you don't get to that strategically, you're in big trouble as black.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Knight to d7.
To d7. And
What?
the idea, bishop takes g7, rook to g8. You haven't blundered a piece, but that can't be good, can it? Okay, so first of all, I could take the pawn. I like rook e1, though. Rook e1, unfortunately, just invites queen g5 check. Darn it. Rats. King h1 sidestepping, rook g7 forced. I think maybe it's time to round up the little fella here. I like the move queen d4 followed by queen takes f4. Maybe Vichy is even considering queen takes. That looks a little bit more dangerous.
No,
What?
no, that's not the move. No.
No.
He probably took on c6. I do think we have, yes, he did take
Yeah,
c6.
I was about to say.
That's not a move.
Let me take that one back. And yes, correct our score sheet, please. Queen takes c6. Vichy's saying gift. What's better than winning one pawn?
I guess winning 2 pawns.
Very good. The correct answer. That is indeed better than one pawn. Yeah. Okay. I mean, you're not going to hear it on Jeopardy, but just in case. Bishop h3 stopping queen g1 looks to me like Vichy is taking the challenger down.
Well,
Isn't
not
there-
so fast.
Wait
not
a
so
minute,
fast.
wait a
that
minute.
bishop on h3 is protecting against
I-
the checkmate on g2.
I can't
Move it
take
away,
it.
and the game is over.
Correct. But look at this. Everything is hanging in Black's camp. Oh
Knight
my gosh.
e5 maybe could be a move
Knight
right now to
E5
distract
check.
the queen and then take on c8, but then queen to e2 is landing. I don't know. I don't know what's happening. I think Vichy is starting to look for some perpetual because that action of the queen and the rook on the g file is so dangerous right now. You need, well, it's either that or rook to e1 works, and I'm the one checkmating you first. Let's see what he did. He played bishop
Bishop
g4.
g4. Now that's an
You
incredibly
cannot take
visual move.
the pawn on g4 because of knight to e5.
What a move. Bishop g4. I mean, staggeringly, what understanding. An amazing move to my eyes. Bishop to g4. So now he's got queen e6 check, knight e5. Don't forget that the knight is hanging. And don't forget also that I've got my rook on the first rank defending g1. As soon as I take this pawn on d5, I'm defending g2. This looks great for Vichy.
Let's go to the
Queen
bird's eye view
e8
right now.
check
We're
and rook
entering
e1.
we're entering the last
That should
minute
do it.
of
That should-
the game, and
That
maybe
should
we
do
could
it for
look-
Vichy. Rook e1.
Rook e1,
And
yeah.
I think Vichy has this game under control.
43 seconds for Vichy.
Oh, Vichy is
and
getting a
1
little
minute and 14
nervous.
seconds for Nepo.
Oh my gosh. Vichy was just b3.
B3, wow.
Oh, no. b3, no. I'm
What
not
is the
a
move
fan.
that you wanted to play, Jasper?
I think he wanted to play rook e5, and I don't understand why he didn't play it.
Okay, we
the
see
knight
queen
on
to
b6
e6.
was doing nothing.
We see queen to e6,
Okay,
getting ready to exchange those queens via queen to f5.
That was a little bit of a hiccup by Vichy there. I think he was cruising smoothly to victory with the move rook e5.
Queen to h4.
And now we've got queen f5 check.
I feel like you have to
And-
go for, no, queen to g6 is the chosen move. Queen to f5 is going to exchange the queens. That is a good step forward for Vichy Anand.
Well,
He is a pawn up after all.
yeah, but I think somehow the worst is, you saw it there. Some nervousness by Jan. And queen takes f4 and rook e7 check. Ooh.
He's going for it.
Vichy's back in the driver's seat. I
He is
don't
going
like
for
this
it.
rook c7. Nepo realizes that rook e7 check is all she wrote.
A majestic game by Vichy Anand right now, heading straight towards a victory.
Can he deliver the full point, though? What's the time situation?
22 seconds for Vichy, 29 seconds for Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Drama here.
Rook takes e2.
Ooh, and he's invited rook e7.
Wait a minute. What is that? Rook to e7, king to h8, the only move.
The only move.
Now
Now we
queen
have
to
rook to
b8,
e6.
and that's what he
which
played.
threatens the knight, and the knight is pinned. The knight on f2 is brilliant.
h3.
Holy smokes.
He's playing a
That's
brilliant
a
game.
slow
Queen to
move
e5.
if I've ever seen. But queen to e5.
Yes.
Yes.
He went for it. You cannot take on
beautiful
f2 because of
move.
rook to e7.
Now he's threatening g5, knight g4, rook e7. The threats are all one-way traffic.
This is game over.
It's a beautiful game. g5. rook e7. These moves play themselves. Queen e6 check, rook f7.
This is game over, Yasser.
Oh, a beautiful game.
Vichy takes it home.
Oh, wait a minute. He's won. Yes. King g2. And careful for the rook is not hanging.
Incredible.
Okay, check.
Incredible.
And simply g5, g6. No. Surprise move that he, yeah.
Incredible.
Woo! One game left. Let's quickly jump to it. But Vichy showing his class as he takes down the challenger. And what game is it? It looks like the game.
Mamediarov versus Duda.
Very important game. I'm trying to get it up on my board, but I don't see it.
All right. We have rook to king to e1.
I'm trying to pick up the position. At the moment, it looks like rook and bishop.
Rook takes e5. He did not see that move. You could see it on his face. Take
And
on
the bishop
h4,
is
giving away the
hanging.
bishop. But that h pawn is going down the board. How do you stop it?
Bishop c6, bishop c6, bishop takes e5.
That's a
pardon
good
me.
move.
Rook takes, and this should
King
be
to
winning.
f1.
King f1.
Oh, a7.
Also,
I have a pawn as well.
An extra bishop
That is
for
going
white.
to be an easy win.
Yeah, and just move the bishop. Bring that bishop back to e2, king
We're
to
going to see
f2,
a
and then we
resignation
can see
very
resigns.
Check.
Bishop, yeah.
No check.
And now rook to h5, and yeah, now he's feeling it. Just to gain some time on the clock, king f2, nicely done. Some time on the clock. You do get 2 seconds for each move that you complete. Check. And now
That bishop
to
to
f1.
attack that pawn on e4.
Precisely. Bishop to d1, rook to c5, bishop to c2. Hit that pawn on e4, and that will be all she wrote. King d6,
King
rook
d6
c8.
has to be played.
King d6,
We're
rook
going
c8.
to see rook c4 probably.
Now you can activate your king. King to d2, to c3. Check.
Check on d4. No,
No.
to a4.
Strange.
Well, everything is tied up right
Of course.
now. King to c3.
And
I'm
now
going to push
rook
that
check,
king away.
and then king d5,
The game is
and then
over.
you pick up the e4 pawn. Thank you very much. Shaq, my pick, overall pick to win the tournament, I should say, not my pick for the blitz.
Running up the standings, that's for sure.
He's definitely doing well. Could you tell us all the results?
Yes,
of,
absolutely.
this round?
So with this one, Mamediarov won against Duda. We have a draw in the game between Maxim Vachier-Lagrave and Van Forest. Anand won his game against Nepomniachtchi.
Dragging
Giri-
Nepo down.
Oh, yes. Giri against Grishchuk, that was a draw.
Important.
And we have
round.
another decisive result, and that is the clash between Anton Korobov and Garry Kasparov ended in Korobov's favor.
And MVL, a full point ahead, thanks to Vichy Anand. Guess who's buying dinner tonight? MVL, that was a very important point.
Wait a minute, Vichy is inching closer and closer to those leadership positions. I'm not 100% sure how far behind he is, but I don't think it's more than a point and a half.
Tied for
He's tied for third.
third?
Okay.
Yeah, wow, okay. By the way, I just thought that was a great game by Vichy.
Oh, it was
I mean, I don't know
magnificent.
about the opening strategy of Nepos, but here's the end, a replay of that game as Vichy Anand just has got this dominant position of the queen on e5, the rook on e6. He's threatening rook to e7. He's got ideas like g5 and knight g4 as well.
That knight on f2 was such a staple of defense.
It was brilliant. And then the check and rook f7, he can play these moves in his sleep. He knows exactly what he's trying to do.
He's feeling it right
Yes.
now. He's just simply feeling it.
Yes. And now queen to g6, he also had in that position queen f8 check. I thought that that was a good move. But picking up the pawn, not that, and king g2, especially, that was a very beautiful touch. If you play rook f4, I've got queen h6 check. There goes the rook. There goes the knight. Nepo says thank you very much for the lesson.
That was exactly. Thank you very much for the lesson. But you're asking for a lesson when you're playing moves such as f5 and king f7 in the first 10 moves.
Certainly are. Maurice, jump in. How are you, my friend?
Let me tell you, I'm just stunned by today's fighting chess, the belligerence. I'm counting out of 25 games. Maybe you guys can help me. I think I'm right. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 25 games. We have 17 wins and 8 draws. 17 wins? What kind of percentage is this? Every round, we're seeing at least 3 wins happen. It's absolutely incredible just how many top games, top players are bashing each other over the head. One game, though, we do have to note, as there were a number of key draws, as MVL only drew his last game, but there was, and Grishuk and Anish also drew. Shakhriyar Mamedyarov also on the rise. We're talking about Anand being on the rise. Shakhriyar cementing himself with this comeback so that he can get those critical Grand Chess Tour points. That's huge. Remember, Anand is a wild card. Shakhriyar is part of the tour, so he's trying to get points desperately, and he's making up some much-needed ground and putting pressure on Wesley So. The one game that was sad was the game between Anton Karabov and Garry Kasparov. I got to go to this position, guys. We had this in the opening. It's a King's Indian. Gary's going for it. F5, F3, Bishop D7, A3. And in this position, Gary played a move that you say every Russian schoolboy knows, don't do it. He took on E4. It's like allowing a knight to cement itself on the E4 square. It's like, that's stuff we learn from guys like him. You can't do that. Knight F4 castles, H6, knight takes on F4, about to win a pawn if you capture back on F4, so it's going to be a straight pawn. HG5, knight to D3, and look at those knights. Bishop F5, rook to E1. And I got to tell you, here, he stopped playing. I mean, how do you resign in this position? Strategically dominant for white, but make some moves. I get you may drop your G-pawn, maybe play G4, play the game. He ended up losing here. He had 1 minute and 25 seconds on his clock. He's been pacing outside this room since that game was over at least 10 minutes, 15 minutes ago. He has not stopped pacing back and forth. He's like a prowling tiger, must be angry at himself, furious at this. I mean, I don't want to put any words to it, how bad he must feel right now, how angry that he's in the situation he's in. We'll just keep following the story, guys. At any rate, they're leaders to look at. Nepo definitely not happy how he's going backwards, and MVL doing his thing. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. And here we have our standings, Christian.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave extending his lead at the top. Such a dominant performance in the blitz section with 9.5 points. Total score 19.5 points, leading by 1 point. Jan Nepomniachtchi in second position. Anish Giri in third position. And Vishwanathan Anand also in third position. He is showing his stuff in this tournament.
No
with
question
9 points.
about it. 9 out of 14. I'm thinking that's a 2850, 2900 tournament performance rating. The Tiger from Madras is roaring. That is, wow. You just take off your hat and say, well done. And let's take a look at the pairings for the round that's coming up, round 15, Christian.
We have Alexander Grishuk against MVL, and I do believe that this will be the marquee matchup of the round for us. We will be following the leader on this one. Jordan Van Forest is going to be facing Jan Nepomniachtchi with the white pieces. Nepo needs to bounce back after this very difficult loss against Vishwanathan Anand. We have Garry Kasparov versus Mamedyarov. We have Jan-Krzysztof Duda versus Anish Giri. And Anton Karabov versus Vishwanathan Anand.
Thank you, Christian. Well, we're just going to take a moment to catch our breath. Stay with us, and we'll see you on the other side of the break. everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the Grand Chess Tour. Time flies by when you're having fun, and it flies quickly in blitz chess. We are ready for round 15. Let's take a look at the standings. After 14 rounds of blitz, look what we got, Christian.
We have MVL at the top of the standings, dominated the blitz portion with 19 points and a half. Jan Nepomniachtchi losing some steam in today's rounds. 18 points and a half in second position. Anish Giri, 18 points. And Vishwanathan,
Wow.
the tiger from Madras, who is just simply roaring in the blitz tournament. 9 points out of 14 games. That's an amazing achievement.
Shakhriyar is kind of coming up a bit as well. 8.5 points, not bad. But let's take a look at the pairings for this round 15. Christian.
We have Grishchuk versus MVL. That will be our marquee matchup of the round. We have Van Forest versus Nepomniachtchi. We have Kasparov versus Mamedyarov. We have Duda versus Anish Giri. And Anton Korobov versus Vishwanathan Anand.
All mouth-watering matchups, of course, but Sasha Grishchuk has had a very uneven result, but at times it seems like he's playing ambitiously, and then other times he just kind of goes into this kind of peaceful mode. Speaking of peaceful, it looks like he's just getting a little nap before the game, and there it is, the starter's pistol, and they're off. Knight f3, c5. Knight f3 is kind of, I want to say, an anecdote or for the Grunfeld. When you don't want your opponent to play a Grunfeld, you can sort of take it out of him. Ooh, look at this. They're playing very quickly into a Tarrasch. I'm expecting knight takes d5. Yes, by MVL. He doesn't want to see a straight Tarrasch with e6 takes d5. Now, just to recall his file. And what can you tell us about this line, Christian?
It should be very, very equal. Knight takes d4, queen takes d4. We're seeing potentially an exchange of the queens, and actually that is exactly what's happening. The cleaning lady is coming.
Just kind of came in and just swept half the pieces off the board. My goodness, that happened very quickly.
I think Alexander is just happy with a draw, it seems like.
And let's jump to Zagreb for the quick thought from our colleague, Maurice Ashley. Maurice.
I just wanted to say, guys, you should note what Shakhriyar Mamedyarov is doing so far on this day. He drew in the first round against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He proceeded to beat Nepo in the next game. Then he beat Van Forest. Then he beat Grishchuk. Then he also won his last name against Duda. He's 4.5 out of 5. He's having a scintillating performance right now, the best performance of anyone in the event today. And he plays Gary right now, Gary up against the wall as Shock is rising, trying to at least get some critical Grand Chess Tour points. Guys, back to you.
Thank you for that, Maurice. Absolutely, which is one of the reasons I actually chose Shaq as my overall pick. I think that he's really underestimated in blitz. And, you know, again, just coming off of that superb tournament in Bucharest, you were at, Christian, you know what kind of form he's at. When a player of his caliber is playing his best, he can be unstoppable.
No, absolutely. He's just a scary man whenever he feels good. And this was key in that event. He was just enjoying himself. He was happy to be back at the chessboard after a period of inactivity, and he just wanted to play chess. A man like that, just wanting to play chess, just wanting to be happy and play moves and just accumulate this experience and enjoy it over the chessboard, is a scary man to behold.
Absolutely. I was just checking our second table because I'm just seeing this ending that Maxime and Sasha are playing.
He's trying for something. He's trying for a little bit.
Well,
you
as a Grunfeld player understand the queenside majority versus the central majority. In this position, it just feels like the C-file is going to end up being a chopping block for the rooks, and I'm just seeing more trades and more trades. Rook is going to come to C8, bishop is going to come to E6, And I just don't see why black isn't happy, more than satisfied, in fact.
There's no reason for black to be worse at this point.
Exactly.
Seems like he definitely achieved everything he wanted out of the opening. To be honest, Alexander was not very, let's say, ambitious exactly in this game.
Exactly. He wasn't ambitious. The opening really didn't hold much promise. Now, having said that,
we said that in the game between Mamediyarov and Envy.
you did. You
as
did.
well. I did.
You called a draw.
I agree.
And it turned out to be quite the Donnybrook after all.
I agree, and we saw that stalemate pattern in the rook and
beautiful.
And if you guys don't know what I'm talking about,
Look
after the show, look it up, rewind, look it up, because that's
Wonderful.
just such a beautiful example of how to defend that end game. But right now, to be honest, I'm seeing this exchange on e6. I like this for black because
I
that
do too.
stops the majority of whites on the king side in its tracks. I already have control of the c file. I'm going to defend that 7th rank with rook b7 or rook to c7, put the king on f7, and I think I have a very, very compact position. Easy to defend. I don't think white is going to have any sort of demands at an advantage at this point.
Exactly. I like the idea of rook b7, not rook c7. Of course, commentators curse. I wanted to have the rook becoming active down the c file, so I wanted to play rook b7 so I could play rook c2 and king f7. He did get in those moves. Now rook d7 is simply going to be met by rook on b7 to be rook on b8 to b7. That is to say, had white played the move rook b5, that is a very strange timing. b5. Now you're inviting rook here, and you can't meet rook to d7 with rook to b7. Or
And
can
why
you?
is that?
I apologize. Good morning, St. Louis.
It's an early morning for us here in
Each
St.
and every
Louis.
day. Each and every day.
Excuses, yes.
Hey,
I mean,
I fully confess. My bad. G4 again. I like what black has done on the king side, as he's putting his pawns on light squares, and this bishop is no great shakes. King to e4. Only one idea behind this move, which is to play f5. I'm a little bit surprised by the move rook b7, frankly. I thought his idea was to play b5, a5, and a4 ASAP. Get those doggies moving on the king side. But rook b7, did he really need to waste that tempo, Christian?
Probably not, but what Maxime is doing right now is playing very fast. He's putting a lot of pressure on the time. He has a bit less than 4 minutes, 3 minutes and 40 seconds and counting right now. And Alexander has 1 minute and 30 seconds only left on the clock. So with this one potentially becoming a race between my pawns, my majority on the queen side and your majority on the king side, time could play a crucial part.
It always has, especially in blitz. Rook takes, rook c4 check, rook d4, rook. One pair of rooks was traded on d4. I don't see how. Yeah,
Bishop
he did
d4.
recapture with the bishop.
We're going to see a b4. Okay. So he's getting ready to create that pass pawn.
And again, f5, there's no other choice. You need to get. Now the question is, if you take,
wait a minute,
king takes, e6 is coming, and that would be very unpleasant. So he's given white the opportunity to get a protected pass pawn.
Now white is heading towards that c6 square. Wants to put the rook on c6, and that's going to force, well, wait a minute, a4, rook to c6, and now b3. No,
exactly.
He took on f5.
He took on f5 with check.
He took on f5 with check.
So a4 was played, rook to c6 was played, takes, and now after b4, this is the problem. There are some threats with the move e6, hence the move rook to b5 to pin the pawn and not allow his opponent e6.
We're getting very close to the time trouble situation, so maybe we can switch to the bird's eye view to see the players And
There you got it.
there we go. They're playing fast right now.
Yeah. Shout out to our producer Tom. Normally he never follows our lead, but that was that was really remarkable. I don't know how we managed to do that. Did you send him a Christmas card or something? I think Tom's wide awake today. Remarkable.
No, absolutely. And that bishop on b2 is doing a tremendous job
It
stopping that
certainly
pawn on
is.
b3.
Okay, it certainly is. And this is actually an awkward moment for MVL because in a certain sense, he's kind of maximized his position. His rook stands well. His king stands as well as possible. The bishop is good.
This is a double-edged position, Yasser,
He
right
doesn't
now.
know exactly how he should continue
It's
because he's reached a position where everything is okay and it's not easy to find the next move.
It should be
So
very
check,
close
and
to
he's going to come
equality.
back with his rook
Okay,
check.
check. Are we going to see a repetition?
I don't think so. I think king e4, rook check, king f5, rook b5 is
Let's see if he tries to go for
king
to
f5. I'm for sure I will expect king f5 and not a repeat. King f5, rook b5, and then
I cannot let you
white-
go e6. That's the
No.
key. I cannot let you go e6.
Never, never. But king f5, rook e5, rook to c6. Oh, he's
We
going
might see
to
a
allow
repetition,
a
Yasser.
draw?
Well, the thing is, right now, Grishuk
Clock.
only has 32 seconds against 2 minutes for
Clock.
MVL. That's a big time differential that you might not want to play with.
MVL considering the move rook h4. I think that's playing with fire myself, but otherwise, why he hasn't played rook b5 already? King e4, I think he can offer
we're going
a draw.
to see a draw. Yeah.
Okay, let's switch quickly. What was our second game? That
All
we
of our
had?
all of the games are still ongoing. So let's jump. Should we jump to Van Forest against Nepo? Yes.
Exactly. Well, I'm seeing a repetition, and Nepo, I mean,
Not bridging the gap with the leader right now.
exactly.
That's a big opportunity because we know Jordan is struggling in last position. Nevertheless, it's
But this,
there's still some play left. But yeah, this should be a draw. This should be an easy
yeah,
draw.
this looks good enough. Jordan has doubled up his rooks and just moved the king. Okay, what's the
Who's
king
playing?
and pawn endgame?
Who's playing for a win here? I'm trying to understand. Who's playing for a win here?
Well, Jan is playing for the win before he played the move h5. I thought he was going to play
You're still not threatening to take on f5 because I'm still within the range.
the drawing square.
Well, not drawing, actually just winning after that because I
You're,
have 2
you're
pawns.
within the square,
Yeah.
right.
You cannot take on f5. And you cannot push the b pawn because the queen would take it.
But
No,
if
I
I,
think-
play king h3, I can take on f5. Yes, with this move, rook takes f5 is now a threat.
To make a draw.
Correct, to make a
Yes.
draw.
Well, not at this particular moment. You have to be very careful about
Okay, I'm
going
going to play
h1.
rook f4. Ooh.
Now, yes. Now, yes. Oh, wait a minute.
No, f7 is hanging, so...
Wait a minute. Queen takes f5. Take, king to h3. Yes, you get in time. You're just in time. Are you though? Wait a minute.
Yeah.
No, you are in time. You are in time. Yes.
Exactly.
You are in time.
What you don't want to see is the pawn on f5 and the king on e5. Then when you approach, you got to play king h4. It's the only move. And he's done it. Anything else would have lost the game because f7,
Now you have to
f5.
take on h5.
Only move. And by the way, a hat trick. Vichy has won his 3rd game in a row as both players queen. I like that. Just shove the pawn out of the way. Just
All right.
bulldoze the...
Trade the queens, boys.
Oh,
Trade
why
the
you
queens.
didn't let the queen
Trade the queens.
you
There we go.
Nice. Nicely done. Whew. 1 game left. Let's quickly turn to it. And that's a game between Duda and Anish. Very important game, actually, for when you think about these players have played a very good blitz tournament to start with, and they stand well in the standings. Nice tour points and prize money here.
Black had the option of keeping the queens on the board, but he decided against that.
What's the time factor? Because again, normally speaking,
5 seconds for Duda, 15 for Giri.
wow. Well, with that edge on the clock, I would have
exactly
expected
why he did that. Yeah.
I would have expected the queens to remain on the board when you have more time. You want to.
Oh, you're right about that. Yes. Yes.
You want to keep your opponent challenged.
Are you getting in trouble right now?
No, I don't think so.
King to F5.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
No,
whoa,
no,
whoa,
no,
whoa,
it's not that
whoa,
easy.
whoa. Oh, and he knocked over his
Yes, sir.
king.
Black was in Zugzwang. I think right now Duda is in pole position to win this one.
Absolutely. And whoa, whoa, whoa.
1 second. He made that move with 1 second.
See,
5
that's
seconds.
what I'm saying. The instinct, when you play blitz, your instinct is not to freeze, but to play instantly. And again, it's kind of a Zugzwang. He's saying to Anish, declare where you're. Ooh, Bishop F5 resigns.
Game over.
Yeah.
Wow. What a missed opportunity for Anish.
Polish fighter, he showed some great technique in that game, Christian. Wow. But first of all, tell us the results. What happened in this round?
Let's look at the results. So what do we have right now? We have Anton Korobov losing against Vishwanathan Anand, who completes the hat trick and is right now inching closer to that leadership position. Right now, he's only a point and a half behind the leader. That is incredible. Tied for second right now.
I love it. Wonderful.
Unbelievable. He's just making an incredible comeback after the rapid portion. Then we have Kasparov did lose against Mamediyarov. Mamediyarov continues his run. 5.5 out of 6, Yasser.
I'm telling you, fantastic.
Duda beat Anish, Grishuk drew against Vasher Legrave, and Van Forest drew against Nepo. But we do have Maurice in Zagreb with some new information. Maurice.
Well, the deal is that Nepo faded. He lost 2 games on a day when he was only a half a point ahead of Maxime coming into the round. Maxime has won 1 game. He simply won his game and watched Nepo go backwards, and he's drawn all the rest. It looks like he's having this fantastic result, and he's only won 1 game. He is not the story of the day, although he is leading right now. The 2 stories, first of all, Shakira Mamedyarov, 5.5 out of 6. That's amazing. Shakira is not known as a blitz player, but he's continuing his games, his great play. We can get into this game. Frankly, Gary had a great position. Gary just had a good position right here. Bishop takes on F6 was played by Gary. And instead of just taking back normally with Bishop takes, that would allow the knight on A4 to get to C5. He said, you know what? I'm going to go crazy after Bishop F6. I'm just going to take. And this caused Gary to tank when the pawn takes happened on the board. He played knight G4, H5, and again Gary paused here and panicked with queen to E2, and suddenly he was in big trouble. King to G7, a star defensive move, shutting down what looked like the beginning of a big attack. Rook to F3, going all in. Shakira said, I'll take this knight. And he could take the other one. He said, I won't even bother. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure you have 0 attack, up a piece. Your position's going nowhere fast. And Shakira once again with 5.5 out of 6. That's a huge story. The next big story, of course, is Anand's game. He had this position where he was winning easily. He won the game anyway, but we can go back to right here when he took on G2. Dominant position. Rook F3, Rook B1, King H2. And here, a small slip with the move. Rook to H1, check, King G3. We saw this finish. I'm going to go back in a second, but here, after check, the correct move is King to G2, and after takes, King to F2. And here he's up a passed pawn, but certainly a tricky position to win. Instead of this, that could have happened. What should have happened was after Rook F3, Rook check, King H2, the very devilish Rook to F1 would have been all she wrote, as now your Rook is going to be captured, the Rook that is on F3, because G1 check is threatened and there's nothing to do about it. Rook takes, of course, met by G1, Queens takes, and give me that with a very easy win in this position. His opponent did not put up much resistance, and he won the game. So Vichy rising, now in the tie for second, but Shakhriyar right there as well. We got two of the elder players on fire right now, as the leaders have got to be watching their back. Where did these guys come from? The rise of the OGs. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Maurice. As we take a look at our standings, first of all, the blitz, you see down. Look at Vichy showing his class. He's got 10, and he's tied with Maxime for the best overall blitz score. But it's about the current scores. Christian.
Did I say Vichy is a point and a half behind the leader? No, he is 1 point behind the leader. That is one game. These matches are so contested. This tournament is going to go down to the wire as we enter the final stretch, the final third of the event. And we have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in the pole position with 20 points, Jan Nepomniachtchi and Viswanathan Anand with 19 points. Shakhriyar Mamediarov.
My choice.
Your pick?
Shaq rising. Shaq is rising. Donna, Donna. Yeah, the Jaws music is playing. 18.5 points. 1.5 points behind. Continue, please.
Anish Giri and Jan-Krzysztof Duda on 18 points. That was a very important matchup between the two of them, because with that victory, Jan-Krzysztof Duda tied Anish Giri in fifth position.
Pulled Anish backwards. That was
exactly. That was my pick. That was a difficult game to watch, I have to say, for me. Alexander Grishuk, 16 points. Anton Korobov, 14.5 points. Kasparov / Saric,
struggling,
11.5 points. And Jordan Van Forest with 10.5 points in 10th position.
And let's take a look at our upcoming pairings for this round 16, if we have those available. And whew, still catching my breath from all of these games. Christian, set the table for us, please.
The first game is going to be the matchup of the marquee matchup of the round. That is Vachier-Lagrave against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Then we're going to have the battle of the Russians, Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Alexander Grishuk, Shakhriyar Mamediarov versus Anton Korobov, Anish Giri versus Garry Kasparov, and Viswanathan Anand versus Jordan Van Forest.
Exactly. Vichy Anand coming from a hat trick of 3 consecutive wins, putting himself in a position to be a threat
Slow
to win
down,
the game.
young man.
I mean, this is a remarkable. Vichy's just looking so good. And again, he's just playing a little bit more with that elan that made him so dangerous as a world champion. He feels the game, and when he's in form, it's a joy to behold. It's very, very nice. And we're going to start to take a look at the road ahead for some of our tournament leaders, because, I mean, this jockeying for position has just been great. Maurice opened the show showing how the lead changes occurred in day 1 of Blitz, and this day 2 has really been great fun. We don't want to jinx anything, but here is a potential playoff scenario.
In the event of a tie for first place in any of the 2021 Rapid and Blitz Grand Chess Tour events, there will be a playoff, a played playoff amongst all the players involved in the tie. We're not going to be looking at any tie breaks. We're just going to play chess. If 2 players are tied, we're going to have a rapid double round robin. That is game in 10 minutes with a 10-second increment. That is a faster time control than in the first 3 days of the event. If 3 or more players are tied, then we're going to have a blitz round robin. That's going to be game in 5 minutes with a 2-second increment. If after those rapid or blitz round robins, we're still going to be tied, then we're going to have an Armageddon. That's going to be 5 minutes for the white pieces against 4 minutes for the black pieces. There's no increment, there's no delay, and black will win in case of a draw. But that's when our hearts will start pounding even harder than they are right now.
Exactly. This Armageddon games, boy, they're really, really tough on the fans, but also the players. Now, as I'm looking at our round 16 coming up, I really do need to make a shout out to our sponsors. Do take a look, shop at Q Boutique. Our Grand Chess Tour merchandise is coming in, new merchandise is coming into the store, and we are running a very handsome discount. So take a look at QBoutiqueSt.Louis.com. Also, a very big shout out to our partners at KasparovChess.com. We hope you've been enjoying the mini documentaries as well as chess lessons. Again, you can use a coupon code to get a significant discount on the memberships. So please do check that out at KasparovChess.com. But now, let's take a look at the road ahead for MVL. Christian.
He has Jan-Krzysztof Duda in round 16 with the white pieces. Then in round 17, penultimate round of the tournament, he's going to be facing Garry Kasparov with the black pieces. Then we're going to have in round 18 with the white pieces against Anton Korobov. Quite an intriguing road ahead, but dare I say, accessible road ahead.
Yeah, dangerous final round. Who will show up in the Garry Kasparov match? We're not sure, but this is going to be huge, this round 16. This game that Duda just won against Anish, he's feeling it, and he knows that if he can win, he could pull MVL back as well as gain a point on our tournament leader. So that's a very important game, and again, that will be our marquee matchup. But we've been fated and treated to so many great games, so big shout out to the players. I mean, they're just bringing it, and you know, as we say, it takes two to tango, but in this case, it takes 10, 11 players to tango, and I've just been trying to catch my breath and stay up with the players, Christian. It's been wonderful to watch.
Yes, sir. The games have been amazing, and we see a tale of two stories right now. Alexander Grishuk and Vishwanath Anand with a little lunch, but also a bit of preparation. I can guarantee you right now, he is looking at his files. He knows what he's going to do next. Probably his seconds from India or whoever is helping him during this event has sent him some new information, and right now he's just gathering that information, ready to unleash it on his opponents.
Cool, and let's take a look at Nepo's road ahead for his remaining 3 games. Christian.
He has white pieces against Alexander Grishuk.
An interesting,
Very interesting one.
The two players share 2 opponents. They share Duda and Kasparov together.
MVL and Jan Nepomniachtchi. And then in round 8, he's going to be taking MVL's opponent. And I do think we have the wrong numbers there. Is round 16, 17, and 18 right now.
Right.
We were seeing 7, 8, and 9. And then in the last round, he is facing Garry Kasparov.
Exactly. And Nepo coming to the board again, the challenger to Magnus Carlsen, world champion. All Russian Derby matchup here. Remind me, on the first Blitz game, I believe Nepo won. I remember the Rapid.
He did.
Nepo,
he did. No. He did.
So Nepo won in the Rapid, right?
I have to say Nepo won in the Blitz as well. Maybe.
And then the Blitz for sure.
Maybe.
Oh boy.
No. The Rapid is for sure. The Rapid, he did win in the Rapid portion. We had that English.
Yes.
That he nicely outplayed him. Now he's playing with the white pieces once again.
Why is Nepo being so successful, in your opinion, with the move C4 and G3? I mean, he's just beating the world's elite players. He's
been analyzing it for many years, but let's get a thought about this round from Maurice in Zagreb.
Just wanted to point out the running theme that we've got to go on is the Grand Chess Tour standings. Right now, we see the rise of 2 players, that is Anand and Nepo. Those 2 players are stealing points away from the rest of the tour. If Anand stays in the position he's in or rises, he's taking away a chunk of points that he can't use. It's like those chips at the casino. When you leave, they're no good for anything. So that's a big deal that's happening. Big point. But Shakra Mamadurov with 13 points, his rise is super important because he'll get at least 7 with a 4th place finish. 7 points will put him at 20. If all ended right now, he would be at 20 points
on the Grand Chess Tour. You see how close that would put him to Wesley. And if he can somehow overtake the leader, the two people ahead of him, he might get 8 or 10 points. Chakra will have the lead in the Grand Chess Tour over Wesley So. So that is critical to watch for as we watch the rest of these 3 rounds. Big games ahead.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Maurice. And let's just take a quick look at Vishy's road ahead.
In round 16, he's going to be facing Van Forest with the white pieces. In round 17, he's going to be facing Shakhriyar Mamediyarov with the black pieces. That is a huge game indeed. And in the last round, he's going to be facing a man he faced so many times, and that is Alexander Grishuk with the white pieces.
And as the players get ready, this will be our marquee matchup. MVL, our tournament leader, up against Jan Duda of Poland. And a big shout out for those of you who weren't paying attention, but Michael Kordakowski has announced that next year Warsaw will be a host to a Blitz and Rapid Grand Chess Tour event. Hello, Poland.
Hello, Poland, indeed, and hello, Jan Krzysztof Duda, because we're going to see him in that event.
And what about
sure.
Radoslav?
Radoslav, who knows? We don't want to give out any invitations right now.
Let's send out the invites.
Yeah, sure, but we're going to find those invites in some time, in some months.
And the handshake, and they are off. E4, hey, Akaro Khan, my favorite. 2 knights variation with knight c3, knight g8. Cool, bishop
Explain
to g4.
That. Yeah, sir.
Well, the idea is you want to play a French defense, and you don't want to play knight e4, knight e2. Your knight might get trapped, and if you played knight to d7, you were blocking the bishop. So knight g8, even though you lose a lot of time and you're ceding white advantage in the center, the fact that your bishop is not trapped behind your pawn structure but is standing on the g4 square gives some relief to black. But again, you're losing a lot of time here.
No, absolutely. Losing
Knight
a lot of time.
G5.
But what strikes me the most is these players play so nonchalantly moves such as knight to g8, and nobody's
Whoa. Yeah, exactly.
Nobody's phased.
Yeah,
They're like, oh, yeah,
okay,
sure, yeah, I was
course.
expecting this, you know.
Yeah.
Knight g8, I'm going to play bishop e2 immediately, you know, because I know what I'm supposed to do against knight g8. If I would see knight g8, I would be looking at my opponent, and I would have like some sort of a, are you kidding me?
Kind of expression.
Like that.
Yeah. I'm really a little bit stunned by bishop f5, by bishop h5, and some very peculiar looking moves, shall we say. Okay, now it's time for the typical French break, c7, c5, in this case c6, c5, breaking up white's central pawn duo. And by the way, I mean, what the heck is going on here? MVL playing some rather strange-looking moves. So
bishop on
knight
h5 felt like helping me because I did want to go bishop to g6, right?
Okay, I am a pawn grubber. This might be asking too much. Yes, no, knight takes d4, queen takes d4, bishop takes c2. There is knight takes e6. It's so peculiar to have a bishop on h5 hitting the king. That bishop takes c2, knight e6 wasn't obvious, but as is common in a French defense, black is looking to post his knight up on f5. By the way, queen a4 check, queen d7. I would be elated to trade queens as black, even though I lose castling privileges. Taking off the queens is helpful for the second player. My first impression is black is satisfied, but this was a very strange mix of opening moves here. I must say.
That is also my first impression, Yasser, indeed. And I think we do have a knight takes g6, so he chose the bishop pair in this position, h takes g6, bishop to e2. Now we're probably going to see a knight coming to f5, we're going to see bishop to b5, and then the king will have to go to f8. Now, the big question, queen to a4. Okay, king goes to f8 nonetheless.
Now,
you do not want to go queen d7.
Queen d7 would have been met. You'd hurt my feelings with the move bishop b5. Now, I don't know why he didn't just castle. He's keeping rook h4 potentially in reserve, rook h8 to h4.
I believe he decides...
As a way of developing his rook?
He decided that that rook is just more active on the h-file than it would have been on f8, fighting for that c-file with a rook from a8. So I think, okay, the rook on h8 will go via the h line somewhere. It's going to land probably on an active square on h4, I would say, as you were mentioning, Yasser.
Yeah.
And the rook from a8 probably will land to c8.
Rook to h... Oh, I was about to say, rook to h4, f4, bishop c5 check, and knight g3 mate is a nasty, nasty way of finishing the game. Now, with the move bishop c5, to my way of thinking, this opens up the possibility of queen to h4, which would force the trade of queens, something that black is trying to achieve, which is why MVL played g3. My thought is that this position is quite acceptable for black, but never forget the two bishops can be a significant advantage. In this particular position, the c-file is closed thanks to the bishop on d3, protecting the pawn on c2. Your knee-jerk thoughts, Christian, do you like white or black?
Well, one thing I will say, Yasser, is that I did spot MVL look at the digital boards that show all the games that are being in progress. He took a glance at them.
He's see who's following
watching what his following peers are doing right now. Is he happy with a draw? Is he going to try to push for a win? This is a key game because going into the final two championship rounds, with a point and a half, a point ahead, that's a huge margin. But if he loses this one, a lot of players can slowly creep in.
Yeah. By the way,
Duda also, with a win in this one, he would be only 1 point behind MVL.
Absolutely. By
Key
the way,
matchup right here.
Duda spending some significant time after this move, g3 and queen f4, not allowing the trade of queens. It took a while for him to play the move queen b6. The combination of the moves bishop c5 and queen b6 I don't like, simply because the bishop on c5 is in the way of the rook. If he wanted to control that diagonal, queen b6 was the way. I think he needed to play rook h4 earlier. The move g2, g3 was very useful. I don't understand this move c3 unless he was afraid that the queen was going to come to b4 and he was going to have to trade queens. If I'm white, I'm playing king g2 and h4 ASAP. By the way, the bishop did drop back, an indication that Duda was not satisfied with the bishop on c5, Christian.
Exactly, and as you were mentioning, Yasser, that idea of c3 was to play b4. Kick the bishop off and then defend that c3 pawn with the bishop to d2, connecting the rooks, then expanding on the queen side a4, a5, and try and take some space over there. Black decided to play bishop to e7 for that particular reason. Now, you cannot play b4 because that pawn on c3 is hanging. You cannot move the bishop because the pawn on b2 hanging. So what is left? That pawn on a2 to be moved and to try to attack the queen with a5. I think this is what we're seeing right now on the board. We saw a4, a6. Right now, we saw rook to e1, g5, and g6, a5, attacking the queen right now.
I'm just being told, by the way, that Vichy is dominating at this exact moment. That is just some extraordinary results by Vichy Anand.
He is playing Van Forest with the white pieces. That's a golden opportunity to try to creep in closer to the leadership.
And I wanted to say that my desirable idea of getting the king to g2 and the pawn to h4, which would have shut down the play along the H file was not achieved, and Duda was very quick to play the move G6, G5, which came with the tempo, followed by G7, G6. Now that his king is off the back rank, he has this opportunity of doubling his rooks on the H file, and he's done that, and he's forced the rook that was on E1 to go back to H1, maybe leaving the potential for a weak pawn on E5. Queen to, oops, excuse me, I think that was me. Queen, no, queen. I was trying to play the move queen to C7, and my auto update put the queen on C6, and I was like fighting with my computer. What's wrong with you? I wanted to play queen C7 a moment ago, and he's done it now. Queen C7, MVL is getting into a very dangerous situation, Christian, in my view. This move hits 2 peshkis.
And he's going to get one of them, right?
Well,
now,
he
queen
played
to
C3,
E5.
C4, which does have the benefit that the bishop, if you grab the E5 pawn, just pay attention to a bishop to C3. How real is that? How can he essay the pawn grab?
This is what Duda is calculating as we speak.
Exactly. And by the way, the move C3, C4
He did not
protect.
He did not take. He played the move a rook to D8. Taking advantage of those 2 bishops, kind of stuck right now, at least momentarily, on the D5.
There's a bit of a traffic jam, no question about that. But this move, rook D8, is a relief, because now the bishop actually is anchored on C3, and the 2 weaknesses, the pawns on A5 and E5, are properly covered. How do you engineer the trade of dark squared bishops as black?
B5 on the board.
B5.
Taking, well, with B5 you're kind of releasing the queen from the defense of those queenside pawns, because you know bishop E4 was going to come on the board. And that was going to create some problems against that pawn on B7. You want to get rid of that weakness, and this is what he's doing right now. I'm not agreeing necessarily with what he's doing, because white managed to get that rook on A4, attacking the pawn on A6. Is that going to fall? He's going to take it, and he took it.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think it is, because I just don't see A6, A5 as really holding on to the pawn.
Why did he not defend that?
I mean, I'm not very happy for Duda. I think he's been outplayed by the ever wily and very, very tricky MVL.
He has been outplayed.
Yeah, and now we see why MVL is leading in the blitz, as he swindled a pawn out of a... This was robbery.
This was robbery in plain sight.
In the clear daylight, you know, like what happened? I mean, he didn't want to get tied down to the B7 pawn, but it's better than losing a pawn.
Now Duda is going into his usual less than 5 seconds for the next 30 moves.
Okay.
25 seconds and counting.
By the way, this set up a potential nasty skewer with rook A8 check, followed by bishop A5. So don't allow that tactic. And he's played queen B5, sidestepping the threat.
10 seconds for Duda, 1 minute and 5 seconds for MVL.
I just feel against these super elite players, you just can't put yourself in a position where you're 30 seconds behind. You feel the pressure of the ticking clock forever. Bishop takes F5, a huge decision. MVL spotted a weakness on the king side, and he followed it up with G4. And I'm just being told that the magnificent streak of Viswanathan Anand continues, as Vishy has won his 4th
Big moment,
game
though.
in a row.
Big moment
And
in the position right now, because E6 is a check, but will he play?
D4, D5, D4 would block the check with gain of tempo, and I think, well, there is still, no, Duda is
back.
Duda
is
no other
back.
way of saying it, but Duda is back. I mean, at one time he was getting outplayed. Now it's his turn to outplay MVL, and
It's like whenever he has 5 seconds on the clock, he starts playing brilliant chess.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
And rook e4 to stop bishop to d4. And MVL found that very key move. And bishop f2, what is the bishop doing on f2? By the way, notice the rook on f5 is trapped.
I'll tell you what it does, Yasser. It's passing the time.
Good point. A move is better than no move. And
Wait
this
a
move,
minute.
e6,
Did he miss
that's a
that?
wake-up call.
That's going to be
because
2 pawns
he
for
loses
white.
the g5 pawn with check. No.
Rook to e5, yes, that pawn is
The
going down on
pawn-
g5.
I was thinking of the bishop ending. MVL made the decision that
Keep the rooks on the board.
he wanted to keep the rooks on the board, and he did. And
4, 3, 2.
What's your impression,
He's going to win this.
MVL?
MVL is going to win this.
Because he's just a pawn up, and he's, my goodness.
King goes to e4.
Well, I've got rook d4 check.
Oh.
Drive you right back. You
Be
could put the
careful.
pawn on b5,
That's what he did.
and he's done it.
3,
Ooh,
2,
rook d
1.
You want to play rook d5, and he didn't get the opportunity because king e4 would have hit the bishop and the rook. But rook c6.
1. Flag. Oh, is that a flag? No.
No.
4 seconds, 5 seconds
Oh,
on the
but
clock.
d3 is hanging, so it's over. It's over.
This is going to be game
easy
over.
now. And you can play the moves, but there's no way you're going to save the game. Bishop goes to c5.
And we see a
bishop to
resignation.
d4.
Huge game for MVL.
Wow. Any remaining games?
We do have no remaining games.
All games are over. Nepo has made a draw, but go ahead and tell us all the results as MVL, our tournament leader, maintains his lead.
Let's go to Maurice first.
Okay.
Yeah, sir.
Let's
Here
do
he
that.
starts from Zagreb, and then we're going to understand what the results were in this round. Maurice, what do you have for us?
Good enough.
Simply an amazing round, back and forth. MVL, kudos to him for winning that game. He needed it because Juan Anand is surging indeed. Just get to the story of the round, no question about it. It was right here after the move c4. Anand was pressing the youngster, the youngest player in the tournament, Jordan van Forest. And here, instead of taking on d4 and eliminating this dangerous pawn, he played knight back to c6, d5, expanding in space. If he dropped back his knight, then simply captures, and c5, and white's just rolling with a typical King's Indian type attack. But instead, he decided to do something even worse. He gifted Anand a pawn. And I said, okay, I'll take that. Wait a minute. I'll take that one, and I'll play knight f3. What are you going to do about your d pawn? Donate it is what you're going to do. Takes, and knight takes on d4. A clean pawn, in his technique was superb. We'll jump late into the game right here, where he's now actually up 2 pawns, and he played the smashing knight takes on f7, knight to d4, trying to win a piece. No can do. Knight takes on h6 with check, saving the knight takes, and rook to g3 check. Critical point here. King's about to get mated, and if you sack your queen, saying, well, I'm hitting your queen, well, the intermezzo, queen d5 check, now give me your queen, and that's game. Anand just playing amazing chess right now, absolutely overtaking Nepo, who drew against Grischuk, so Anand now in clear second, right behind MVL. A big game. We saw the streaking Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. He was doing so well, 5.5 out of 6, and then he got to this critical position right here. And just a simple hanging pawn position, let's call it simple, but it's what it is. And then he blinked, played queen b1, thinking, let me just get my queen out of the way. Korbov said, not a good idea. 2 pushes, and the pawn sitting on c3, and the bishop played back to a1. The bishop stayed on a1 for the rest of the game, basically. I mean, just a mauling. We're going to watch this game because it's such a beautiful attack. h3 played. Bam! Sacrificed by Korbov. Hello, king takes on f2. Queen h4, and look at that. Kingside come under attack. Knight to e2, and now queen g5. Not the most accurate move here. He could have taken on c3 in this position. The correct move apparently is queen f6 check with a vicious attack
after the move king to g1, you could continue with this, by the way, nobody's finding. Takes, and this attack is supposed to be crushing. Nobody's finding that easily. He played queen to g5, but rook d4 allowed the next knight sack. Knight to c4. What a move, hitting the e3 pawn. If you take here, then simply check and gift me this guy, and the attack is sizzling. You take here, then you lose your rook. And again, look at that bishop on a1. Just a horrible piece. Queen g5, rook d4, knight c4. He played queen c1 instead. Give me the pawn on e3. And now he tried to deflect the black queen. Look what's going to happen next in this game. King g1. Give me the bishop on c2. Now, queen c2 is met by bishop takes g3, and the knight is pinned. It cannot move because of rook takes. Give me that. And again, look at that sad bishop on a1. So instead, after knight takes c2, he attacked the queen, and he said, I'm sacking the queen, is what I'm doing. Give me that. And look at this dominant position. Queen d1, bishop g3, queen d4. And I want you to take a look at this poor bishop on a1, simply completely out the game. This game ended in just great style. I want to jump ahead. Bishop f6. Now the rook is hanging on e1 as well. Queen takes, and the attack is surging. Again, he's basically up a piece. But look at this finish. Rook takes, king up, check, and the hunt is on. Repeating moves, now checking, bishop c8 check, and that's going to be all she wrote, because if you play king to f4, then simply rook f2 check, and the rest is done. Shakhriyar Mamadirov's dreams just busted by one Korobov. But it's all about Anand, and guess who play in the next round? It's Shaq versus Anand. Vishy showing his stuff. What a change in the fortunes of this tournament. Remember what it was like, guys? At the very top, it was Nepo leading, followed by MVL, followed, I think, by Anish. Where did Vishy come from, and where did Nepo go? Incredible what these 9, so far 7 rounds have produced. Guys?
Wow, my head is, thank you, Maurice. My head is really spinning as we see these rise and fall. But let's take a look at the standings so we can see what's going to happen in these championship rounds that are coming up.
Well, Maurice, I will tell you where Vishy came from. He came from winning 4 games in a row.
Wow.
And just destroying and keeping pace with MVL in the blitz portion. 11 points apiece. Right now, Vishwanathan Anand in second position, 1 point behind Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Jan Nepomniachtchi falling off of grace with 19.5 points, 1.5 points behind the leader. This is going to be a difficult lead to catch up with, but round 17 is coming up next, and we have some amazing matchups for you guys. We have Garry Kasparov against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and Yasser, I think this is going to be our marquee matchup of the round.
It really has to be, but we got to look carefully at the Mamidara versus Anand as well. If Shaq had won against Anton, who upset his dreams, he would have 19.5. And the tournament would be wide open. Shaq was my pick. And, of course, continue with the rest of the pairings.
I think we're definitely going to be looking for both of these matchups, Garry Kasparov versus MVL and Mamediarov versus Anand. But we do have also Duda versus Nepomniachtchi. Crucial matchup for the standings. Grishchuk versus Jordan Van Forest, and Anton Korobov versus Anish Giri.
And let's just take a little peek about the final round as well, because these championship rounds, my gosh, it's close at the top, Christian.
Oh my goodness. We're going to have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave versus Korobov, Nepomniachtchi versus Garry Kasparov, Anand versus Grishchuk. You see, all the leaders right now, the top 3 positions, are playing with the white pieces. That's going to be an explosive round, depending on what results these players need in that incredible, very important last round. Giri against Mamediarov and Jordan Van Forest, finishing up that round against Duda. But
everything to play for.
Yes, sir.
And picking a winner, MVL in pole position.
Yes, sir. Before we do that,
yeah.
I think we have a segment that I think you forgot about, and that is
what's that?
Yasser is. Nobody
gosh.
ever won by offering a draw. Do you remember that, Yasser?
Yes, yes. Trying to place the photo. I'm not sure.
I'm the
this
president
from
of the Pawn Grabbers Society. Maurice, you are the vice president. What about me, Yasser?
I don't know. We need a treasurer.
Okay,
I
okay.
mean, we're getting lots of donations, and
I'll
we need
take
a
that.
treasurer.
Chess is tough, and then you die.
That is true. That's just fact. Those are the facts. I'm here just to tell you the obvious.
And I do believe we have a t-shirt of that. Sometimes your brain feels like a Ferrari,
But only when you're playing chess.
and not when you wake up at 6 o'clock.
And not when you wake up at the...
And finally, you won't hear this on Jeopardy.
That was pretty good. Now, in reference to what? What did I say that... I think I was...
It was actually in this round.
Yeah.
That happened in this round.
Now I'm going to have to go look at the tape. And
We have to check the tape, Yasser.
And I just got to say that we do want to still find out the mystery, what happened with Kasparov and Vichy. But we do have the game between, I believe, MVL and Kasparov. Is that going to be our marquee
That's the one.
matchup?
Kasparov with the white
Exactly.
pieces. We saw in the first day of Blitz, Kasparov had a crushing
Completely winning.
attack, completely winning advantage.
Against
I think
MVL.
it was the engine was saying something along the lines of +9 against MVL. MVL swinged that game and won. Finally, that was
It was a great
crucial victory for him. But let's see the end of the Duda game and how he plays every single round without no time. He goes to that 5 seconds situation and then he just plays brilliant chess. But unfortunately for him, this time it didn't work out.
Exactly. I think this move, Bishop D4, the intention was to get in Rook to D5. Rook D5 would have been, and 1 second, by the way, when he made that last move. But
He made,
unfortunately,
I think,
Rook
3
C6.
moves with 1 second on the clock.
Yeah, Rook C6 is
1 second.
A winner. Bishop B4 check, very important intermezzo move before capturing the pawn on D3. No King C5 for you, and after King takes D3, King, and it's all over. Very, very nice technique by MVL at the very end as we're approaching our championship rounds. 2 games remaining, and the tussle at the top is tough. We need a quick break. We'll see you on the other side. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the Grand Chess Tour. We are entering our championship rounds, round 17 coming up, but let's very quickly take a look at our tattered predictions. And I'm going to say I was very, very close on this one.
You were close on this one.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And my blitz prediction.
I was pretty close too, at least in the overall standings, but unfortunately my boy Anish is failing me right now towards the end. Anish, come on.
Well, Maurice is doing great with the pick of MVL, but his overall pick, Nepo, has faded. My guy was rising. Shaq was coming up, but one Anton Korbov just knocked him backwards in the previous round. A moment ago, Shaq had 9.5 points. He was going to go to 10.5. He got slipped up, and look at the blitz scores between Vichy and MVL, 2,900, 3,000 TPRs. These are amazing scores.
That is what I call a tight race.
Yes. And our overall current standings as the players at the board. We've chosen the marquee matchup between Garry Kasparov and MVL.
Maybe we can even give updates in the middle of the games as well from the other very important game, and that is the one between Viswanathan Anand and Grishchuk. That is a key one.
Exactly. We'll rely upon
Viswanathan Anand and Mamediarov.
Shakhriyar on the left, Vichy, of course, on the right. We will rely upon our colleague Maurice to keep an eye on that, but we will follow Garry Kasparov versus MVL, as MVL is our tournament leader. Knight F3 by Garry.
Knight to F6. We're seeing
G3.
the same approach, this English opening with C5.
Okay, B7, B6. Not the Knight C6, D5 that he had played against Grishchuk.
I believe.
MVL mixing it up with B6. Sorry, Christian.
No, I believe he is mixing it up, but for a very specific reason, and I think he wants to win this game.
Absolutely, the double fianchetto line. Garry, again, has had so much history with this double fianchetto line. Castles, bishop g7, d4 takes, queen takes, and also I'm thinking about his countryman Sergei Karyakin. Also played knight takes.
I think
d4.
queen takes was met with knight e4. Isn't that problematic?
Queen takes is met what?
Queen takes knight e4 or knight
Bishop
e5?
on g7 isn't defended
Oh, it's
yet.
not defended.
Not yet.
I do not have the castle yet.
Put your
You're
king
right.
on g8, and I'm with you 100% all the way.
Good morning.
Good morning, St. Louis. That's what we call it around here. We have had early wake-ups. Now, this ending, I remember a column written by Grandmaster Pal Benko, and he loved to get endings. And what he liked to do, Pal that was to play e3 and queen f3 in order to trade off queens. But Garry's approach was to play f3. Knight takes, queen takes, now bishop e3. Bishop b2 has a problem because the knight is pinned. Now what Garry's idea is to play rook to c1 and to try to keep that knight on d7 in a very passive position. Also, do keep in mind that this bishop on g7 is hitting an empty diagonal as soon as white vacates the diagonal with the move rook c1.
Before we jump into the analysis, I think we should get an update on the other game as well, the one between Mamediarov and Viswanathan Anand, really quick to see how they're looking in their game.
If we can get a bird's eye view, it's hard to see from the side, but there it is, bird's eye view. Aston presented. Okay, the double pawns on the f-file. Shaq has dominance over the e5 square. Bishop on b7. I'm preferring white.
I have to say I am preferring white as well, specifically because of that bishop on b7, which is right now locked up behind the pawn wall.
Exactly, and the knight goes to e5, the pawn goes to b3, and more or less Vichy has Vichy has to trade knights. Now keep in mind, Vichy has to win to stay in the hunt for first place. And Juan Wesley So is saying, come on, Nepo, come on, Vichy, take as many Grand Chess Tour points away from the tour players as you possibly can.
And we're going to keep an eye on this one. Let's move back to the Garry Kasparov versus MVL.
Well, Gary has gotten what Pal Benko would call the slightly better ending, as his rooks patrolling the open files, the C and D files, is what's giving him the edge. The bishop on E3 was needing protection, so it just dropped back to F2, allowing for moves like queen to C4. You don't want to drop the E2 pawn. The move you really want to drop in on is queen to D7, but you don't want to lose the E2 pawn for that. So queen, C4, and then one of your rooks ends up on the 7th rank, and you hope it'll be good enough to bring victory. It feels tiny, Christian.
It's tiny, but what does impress me, or
Persistent?
not necessarily impresses me, but I do want to say I'm happy to see right now is the time management by Gary. Right now he's keeping in contact with MVL on the clock. 3 minutes and 14 seconds for Gary, 3 minutes and 18 seconds for MVL.
Okay. Any queen trade, queen takes, rook takes, the file that you want to dominate as white is the C file. You're happy trading rooks on the D file, then your bishop will go back to E3, controlling the business square D2. But you want to land your rook on the C7 square, and that's what Gary is aiming for in this ending. He's just played queen C4, inviting the trade of queens, and he's hoping against hope that his rook will land on C7, his bishop on F2 will hit the pawns on B6 and A7, and he'll have the much superior ending if he can get the rook on C2 and keep a rook on A8. MVL, that's the position that MVL has to avoid. And that's the challenge. How are you going to do it?
Let's see. The onus right now is on the defender, because
and he has played, I
Black
believe,
is
rook
definitely
D8.
not going to be better in this position. Rook to D8 was played. So inviting this exchange of the rooks, we're probably going to see them off the chessboard in just a second. Rook takes D8, rook takes D8, and then rook to D7. But
exactly.
rook to
Very
D2
important.
is coming.
So rook, trade. Then as white, what you're going to see is with the rook on D7, you want to play A4, B4, B5. You want to establish your pawns on A4 and B5 so that you always have a target on A7 and B6. Let's see if Gary can keep this positional pressure up. So far, what?
Why not rook to D2?
I was expecting rook to D2 as well.
Rook to D2, you take on A7. That is a problem. You take on A7, rook takes D2, and then king to
F1, and the pawn on B7
pawn on B6
goes.
is hanging.
Okay.
Yes, that is a big problem, because if I manage to take that pawn on B6, you can take the pawn on H2 as well. Keep the rook on the second rank, take the pawn on H2 at the end. But those connected are going to be very difficult to catch.
Agree. What happens now after bishop E3?
That is a good question.
Bishop E3. In case of rook D6, I do have rook B7. Bishop E3, bishop D4 might be the save. And let's jump back to Maurice for a quick update in our other key game. Maurice.
Well, the very big game between Shakhriyar and Vishwanathan Anand had Vishy on the back foot, but he seems to have survived it. The move A5, you can see here, white just has dominant space. The H file is open. He's able to bring his pieces to that side. He could have played rook H1 here. Natural move, just go on the attack. Instead, he decided to sacrifice a piece, thinking this is going to win the game by direct means. And Vishy said, I don't think so. Get your queen off that diagonal. Shak must have overlooked this, the point of the move A5, and now queen E3, give me the piece on E2, and now knight to B5, hitting the pawn on D4 and saying your knight on G6 is still hanging.
This sacrifice did not work. He played f5, going all in. Queen takes d4, now queen g5. A wild attacking position at the moment, guys, but Vichy looks like he is defending with the move queen f6. Should be able to survive this one, although actually now it looks like there's some craziness going on the board. I don't know if you want to stay on this one instead of switching back to the other game.
Well, stay with it because this game has all the excitement going on, whereas on the other game, unfortunately, it's rather a dry rook and pawn endgame. Still advantage Garry Kasparov, no question about it. But what happens with the Vichy game is...
Vichy might be winning his 5th game in a row. This would be unbelievable of a comeback.
Wow. That would be just...
He's just been climbing those standings.
I mean, what can you say?
Since the beginning of the day, it's just incredible to watch.
Okay, and I've got the game of Vichy. This is a Donnybrook. I mean, I'm still trying to. I'm counting. Actually, I'm counting material.
Keep counting.
The knight just hit the rook, so this is a big deal. There is the move g5, but the problem is when I play the move g5, the rook hangs. The queen is hanging. Maybe that rook is hanging. The knight is hanging. Everything is hanging, Christian.
Rook to e5 was played? What is that move?
Help me out. He wants to play g5.
Is that move?
He wants to play g5 and...
That's a Shakhriyar Mamediyarov type of move.
Seriously. He's a great coffee house player, is Shaq, but he's
Queen
also
to g7, now
just a very
back.
Gifted...
Wait a minute, what is happening?
Tactician.
There are some tactics definitely going.
Okay.
Knight to h what?
Knight h4, so...
Okay, this is a move I would have never thought about.
Takes on e6. Shaq is... Whoa. Vichy just hit him with a heck of a shot.
No, but...
Because the rook
is that
comes
enough,
back.
though?
Oh, the rook comes back just in time to hit the knight. He's won his material back. What's the pawn count, though?
It's equal for the moment, but I will get that pawn on 8. Oh, wait, what?
Whoa, no. Vichy
has to win
Vichy
this one.
wanted to play the move rook c2.
Why not rook c2?
Was absolutely the best move,
Oh,
followed
that
by
was
king
the
f6.
best move. And that was
and now he's
hesitation.
wasted such an important tempo. He's actually now worse.
Or
probably still drawn.
I think we're going to see
but
this one. He needed that victory, Yasser.
Yes, he did.
He needed that victory. Oh,
yes,
my
he
goodness.
did. Rook to b5, but b3 check
b3
and b2, and we have an easy rook and pawn endgame draw.
Let's go to the other one.
Absolutely. Whoa, I think Vichy missed an opportunity there.
Huge opportunity. What's happening on this one?
Okay.
A rook endgame as well, with a pawn up for Garry, who is to move right now. I think this should be a draw. A draw as well.
I'm not sure how the h6, that pawn.
I take that pawn on a5. I'm not worried.
Yes, you do. Rook takes a5, rook h4, rook a8, and that's a dead draw.
H7,
dead draw.
rook h8, no problems for me.
So our two very, very key games are likely to end in a draw. How is Nepo doing? Because Nepo was also still, let's say, on the hunt.
He's still playing, but let's just finish this one just to make sure that we're not getting any other results. By the way, Mamediyarov versus Anand has ended in a draw.
As expected. And that game, Shaq...
Wait. Oh my goodness, Garry lost on time.
No.
MVL wins the game on time and seals the deal. Seals the deal. That is it.
Oh my goodness. Let's jump quickly to the end of the Duda versus Nepo game.
What? Oh my goodness.
Oh. Everything went wrong. The wheels came off completely for Garry.
This is looking good for Duda.
Oh, there's a checkmate threat.
Knight takes a3, that's a check, 2 seconds. Knight to c2, that's another check. You're giving up everything, but there's nothing coming back.
And
Queen
it
takes
looks
h6.
like Duda.
Game is over.
has taken down Nepo, as Nepo faded badly in this second day of Blitz.
And that, Yasser, I believe we do have a winner of the event. We will have to confirm that in just a second with our producers, but I do believe
Because
MVL,
Vichy
with this victory,
needed the win.
he did need a win to keep contact with him and still be within striking range. MVL is the winner of the third leg of Croatia, of the Grand Chess Tour, the Croatia Rapid and Blitz. Congratulations, MVL.
Maurice called it all the way.
He did. He did.
He did. MVL showing his stuff. Oh
Wow.
my goodness. I can't believe that Gary flagged in a rook and pawn endgame with 2 pawns
What
versus 2
just
pawns.
happened?
How many seconds does he have at this moment?
At this moment, he has 12 seconds, and
Oh,
it's
come
MVL's
on.
move. MVL's move.
12 seconds. I mean, and you get a 2-second bonus. You play rook
Rook
h,
takes a5, rook h4,
rook h4,
to
and now
This
you
is-
play anything. King e3, h7, anything
Yeah, sir,
you
he
want.
started with 13 seconds,
And he just froze.
and it keeps going.
What
Now,
he did
4,
against
3.
Vichy as well. He just froze.
He forgot about the clock.
Shocking.
Wow.
Shocking.
Wow.
And as MVL said yesterday in the same situation when he won against Gary Kasparov a little undeservedly, came back from a lost position, I'll take the point.
You will take the point that wins the tournament for
Exactly.
you. You know, you feel sorry for Gary, of course, because this
But
is
it's
just a draw
competition.
position. Black still had probably a slight advantage because that H-pawn was going to
gonna
fall.
fall,
But the
yes.
2 versus 1 is such an elementary draw that he would have had absolutely no problems making a draw in that position.
Agreed.
He just forgot about the time.
Yeah.
Simple as that. And it's unfortunate to see that, but this is what comes with inactivity. That rust is
Precisely.
extremely difficult to dust off.
No question about it. When you're not competitive at the board, playing in one tournament after another, as the tour players do, then you tend to do something really, really silly, like forget about the clock. It happens to the best of us, even when you're on the tour. When you're rusty, then it shows even worse. Round 17, but 1 round remaining, Maurice. Our congratulations to you for your accurate call.
Well, not quite. I called MVL winning the Blitz, not winning the entire event. I had Nepo winning the event, but I did call the Blitz. But I got to say, it's really sad to see it happen this way. You saw MVL himself feeling like, wow, how do I win this kind of position? Really tragic for Gary Kasparov to lose in such a fashion. Playing a great game. I'm just checking to see who's walking by. Gary's usually walked by this booth many times before, but I haven't seen him go by at all so far. A really sad, sad end to how he played this day. Could have easily gotten, at least another half point. But what can you say? We saw Nepo fade. We saw Anand surge, but not get enough. A big game for him. Anand did not win that game, but fairly, Shakhriyar was winning the game as well. So both of those just canceled each other out eventually. MVL, the deserved champion, I got to say, he didn't do that much today to win. He got 3 wins, I believe, out of all the 8 games, but it was enough as Nepo faded and the other players just had too much ground to make up. So kudos to him. He will get 13 Grand Chess Tour points. I'm sure Wesley So is very happy to see MVL of all the tour participants get it. And now it's a question of how many points can Shakhriyar salvage to make it competitive against Wesley for the Grand Chess Tour fight as we head to St. Louis after this. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice, for setting that up for us so very succinctly. As it is about Grand Chess Tour points, the player who garners the most number of points at the end of the Grand Chess Tour points will get a $100,000 bonus. And this third leg, as it's coming to a close, we have one more game left. The tour will move on to St. Louis, where we'll have the Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfeld. But we have a summer of chess ahead as we have our winner, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Speak to this winner, Christian.
Well, what an amazing comeback by the Frenchman. It was all about Jan Nepomniachtchi going into the blitz section. Nevertheless, MVL was keeping close all the time. And once that blitz started, they were jockeying for position at that pole position in the first place. And of course, we've seen Maxime Vachier-Lagrave just keeping the hot pace burning. And unfortunately for Jan Nepomniachtchi, was unable to keep up the pace. We've seen so many amazing stories emerge from this one. One in particular, of course, Viswanathan Anand. But it was all about the Frenchman. He knew he had to win this event, and he did.
Yeah, winning on demand, it's so hard at the highest level. But MVL, you just got to tip your hat. He played very, very consistent throughout, but in the blitz, and especially, he was very, very good. But we have the summer of chess. So much more to come. The U.S. Junior Championship, the U.S. Girls Championship, and the Senior Championships. All of those events are coming July 15th to 26th. Will be played here in St. Louis at the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center. Then the Grand Chess Tour picks up again August 10th through the 16th, followed by the final fifth leg of the Grand Chess Tour, the Sinkfeld Cup, the granddaddy of them all, August 16th through the 27th. That will be followed by Ultimate Moves, and then Chess at 9LX. That's Fisher Random. For those of you not in the know, September 8th to the 10th, and then finally October 5th to the 19th. Our favorite event, the U.S. and U.S. Women's Chess Championship. Christian, we got so much chess coming.
There's a lot of chess being provided to you guys by us here at the St. Louis Chess Club and the Grand Chess Tour, but also our partners at KasparovChess.com. And there is a promo. If you have been enjoying the show so far, we do have a 30% off promo with code GCT Croatia. The platform is just amazing. You guys have seen, we've given you some previews of those beautiful documentaries, the lessons provided by the best coaches, entertainers, and chess players in the world of chess. We have so much amazing content at KasparovChess.com, and you can take advantage of that with 30% off using code GCT Croatia.
And of course, also we have Grand Chess Tour swag merchandise that are available at QBoutiqueSt.Louis.com. And with one game, our final round to go, here are our standings. Our congratulations to MVL, who has won the tournament, but the fight for second and third, and all of that money that's up for grabs, $150,000 in prize money. Christian, how do you reckon this is going to shake out?
Well, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, congratulations once again from the bottom of our hearts. What an amazing event for the Frenchman. Viswanathan Anand holding on to that second position. He needs to finish strong. Jan Nepomniachtchi and Anish Giri are going to fight for that third position. But maybe Shahryar Mamediyarov will creep in that third position. This is going to be an exciting, nail-biting finish.
Exactly. Shaq at 19 at 20. If he were to win, he could potentially leapfrog some of the players. Viswanathan Anand with a victory could secure second, or, even with a draw.
Absolutely.
Very nice. And now we have time for one of the Garry Kasparov, I want to say KasparovChess.com lessons. We'll see you on the other side of the break for our final round.
You're about to see two absolutely brilliant examples that will blow your mind. In this position, black has an extra piece that is controlling very important g1-a7 diagonal. However, with so many pawns on the board, white has no problems to draw this game. But can white play for more? Yes, he can. White is setting up a trap that one could never imagine to fall for. White is using the momentum that the bishop is on f2, and it is possible to block g1-a7 diagonal. If white does it simple with king d2, the idea is e3, then black has time to go back. Bishop a7, and black easily draws this game, as after king b3, king b4, king b5, black grabs the a6 pawn. So white does it in a very powerful way. f4, sacrificing the pawn and forcing black to react. Now black should either take the pawn on f4 or play e4. e4 would make white's life very easy, as it is impossible to control two pawns. So white simply pushes f5, king b3, f6, king a4, f7, and if king b5, black is not in time because f8 and queen is on the board. But if bishop c5, then we should distract this bishop and play a7. Now we want a8, so black should take the pawn, bishop takes a7, and now f8, queen, and white is winning. So let's take a look what happens if after f4, e takes f4. Now white plays very strong e4, allowing en passant. And the idea is same. White wants to push the pawn, and it will be impossible to control both a7 and e7 squares. So en passant, f takes e3. And now, after king e2, white managed to blockade g1, a7 diagonal, and a6 pawn is unstoppable. Now let's take a look at another example that is a composition by Leonid Gubel. In this position, white has two extra pieces, but unfortunately for white, they are not coordinated, which makes very difficult to stop the a pawn. It is black to move, and black pushes the pawn, a3. Now how to stop the pawn? Knight c6, a very powerful move, which makes life easy if black plays a2. Then simple knight b4 check and fork. White wins the pawn. But of course this knight is hanging. King takes c6. Now what happened? We distracted the king from d4 pawn, and white plays bishop f6. The idea is clear. If a2, bishop takes d4, and we control the a1 square. If king c5, then we win the a3 pawn with bishop e7. So this leaves us with king d5. And again, how to stop the a pawn? Now white plays very subtle and a very strong idea, d3. What happens? a2, c4. Now white is setting up a trap. If en passant, d takes c3, bishop takes c3, we control the a1 square, there is no more promoting the queen, and we have extra d3 pawn, so white is winning. So after c4, black should go king c5 to be close to d4 pawn, because if king c6, then simple bishop takes d4 wins. So after c4, king c5, and now the trap. King b7. What is the idea of king b7? To control the c6 square. Why do we need it? Because in case of queen a1 queen, then bishop e7 suddenly is a mate. And otherwise, black is in zugzwang, because after king b7, either black has to push the pawn or move the king. And king b4, bishop takes d4, simply wins the game.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the Croatian Zagreb Grand Chess Tour event. It's been tough. The final day of Blitz has featured so many amazing and crazy games and a jockeying for position that I've kind of lost track of everything that's been going on. Christian, bail me out with our current standings.
Well, we're kind of speechless, but we're paid to speak right now. So
we're trying our best.
Let's look at the standings right now. We have Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, the crowned victor of the Croatia Rapid and Blitz. Viswanathan Anand, 20
Simply
and a half
an
points.
amazing result by Vichy.
Incredible result. Keeping up pace with the youngsters. Not only that, but simply, I would say, dominating alongside Maxim Vachier-Lagrave in the Blitz section. 20 points and a half. 1 point ahead of Jan Nepomniachtchi and Anish Giri. 1.5 points ahead, Shakhriyar Mamediarov and Jan Krzysztof Duda, who are sharing the 5th position. Then we have Alexander Grishchuk in the 7th position with 17.5. Anton Korobov with 15 points and a half in 8th position. Kasparov/Saric with 12 points and Jordan Van Forest with 10.5 points.
And still lots of fighting for the money. Let's have a look here. 37,500 to MVL. That will certainly help line his pocket. But the fight for second, Vichy, pole position, looking at a nice payday of 25,000, third, 20, 15, and so. But it's also about the Grand Chess Tour points on your right. 13 go to MVL as the games are underway. The wild cards do get money, but, well, the Grand Chess Tour points, they can't really cash them in. And sorry, we didn't even pick a marquee game.
Let's go with Vichy, Yasser, because he needs to secure that 2nd position.
Absolutely.
He's the only one that can be caught by the 3rd place players right now.
And Vichy is playing against
Alexander Grishchuk.
Alexander Grishchuk.
And we do see a trade of the rooks. Vichy knows that with a draw, he's going to secure 2nd place. So I think he's going to try to get an easy game, exchange some pieces, and make a quick draw.
Gotcha.
But let's see.
That would be a very
I might be wrong.
result for sure.
Knight to G7, Knight to
Grishchuk, who's
F3.
played a rather quiet event, and okay, this is the Berlin, where, just as you said, Vichy is just seeking to trade off a lot of pieces, which he has done, and I've seen a numerous number of games where, you know, something like H3 and Rook E1 and Queen D7 and everything gets hacked off the board in rather conventional fashion.
And if you are just tuning in, you might be wondering why we're not watching the leaders game, that of MVL. Well, MVL already won the event.
Exactly. Nobody can catch him, and with a draw, Vichy can secure
2nd place.
undisputed.
Undisputed 2nd place.
Exactly. And by the way, that was an interesting decision. He could have played Queen E5 and really taken...
Yeah, so the players are just trying to find
Exactly.
a way to exchange every single piece of
and
the
Queen to
chessboard.
E5?
Knight to G7.
What?
You cannot play Knight to F6 because the Queen
Queen
takes
takes
F6.
F6. Very nicely
They found
done.
a way.
They have found a way. And
the cleaning lady.
Yes. Yeah. Well, the cleaners just took everything off the board, and once he plays
B4, B5,
H4,
H4, H5.
No. H4, H5, we can call it a complete lockdown. And yes,
we are seeing
the
repetition.
two players are saying it was fun. Congratulations, Vichy and Nand, on your clear 2nd place.
Congratulations, there it is.
And you saw Sasha say,
He did ask him.
Did you get clear 2nd? Yes, I did. Well, let me shake your hand again. You're great. And Vichy is.
Now let's move to the battle for the 3rd position.
Exactly.
And that is between Jan Nepomniachtchi and, if I'm not mistaken, is it Anish? No, Mamediarov? No. Who is it?
Gary.
No, Gary, for sure not. Giri.
I mean,
Anish
Gary.
Giri. Let's watch this game between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Garry Kasparov.
Okay, in day one, that was the disaster for Gary as he lost the last game of the day yesterday with the white pieces as he played terribly in the opening.
Right now he's trying to launch an attack on the king side in this, what seems to be a Berlin game.
Now,
is that a Berlin?
No, I think it was actually an English opening
some sort of,
with c4 and b6.
Hmm.
And quickly, I'm just going to catch up to the players. f6, f5. Well, at this exact moment, I would say, boldly stating the obvious, Gary's doing fine. There's nothing wrong with his position whatsoever. Bishops of opposite color, good pawn structure, decent development, double pawns for white on this c3 and c4 squares. I would say even, but I think Gary is going to be happy with the opening outcome of the opening. f5, f4 would be my way of playing it. Gary's looking at maybe taking on e4 and castling short in order to try to put his rook on the f4 square. Personally, I like the move f5, f4. I like gaining space. I like locking down the king side, and I like castling short as black.
And for the moment, he is also looking good on the time. More than 3 minutes, and Jan Nepomniachtchi also around the 3-minute mark.
Well, it's taken him quite some time,
yes.
to get, and there we go, same move faster, was better. I played a lot of blitz with Gary over the years, and I'm not used to seeing him playing what I think are easy decisions so slowly. It's like he's unsure. He's double guessing almost his every move.
He is indeed, yeah, and that, you know, that's a natural repercussion of being inactive. It's always going to happen. You can feel it after 6 months of not playing chess.
Exactly.
But when you're not playing chess for the past 20 years and you're only playing, you know, an event
online,
here and there,
blitz,
maybe once every 2 years,
yeah,
this is natural. This is going to happen.
Exactly. Now again, I'm sitting there thinking that I'm castling short. Gary took knight takes d5 and a5. What does Jan need? Does a draw?
No. Jan is tied right now, if I'm not mistaken, 19 points and a half. I do have to say I'm not 100% sure who he's tied with. He's with Giri, I'm being told.
Tied for third.
They are tied. Jan and Giri are definitely in the race to secure that third place position.
Right. Now, after the move a5, I'm thinking that if Jan wants to make a draw, he can simply play the move queen b5, bishops of opposite colors. That goes nowhere. That just basically says that's a draw offer. And as far, I think, as Gary is concerned, he wants to see the back of this event and go, you know, like, I'm out of here. Let's get it going.
And let's also jump to the other game, the one between Anish Giri and Mamediyarov, because that one is as important and it looks much more complicated than this one.
Exactly.
And we have to remind everybody that the team between Garry Kasparov and Ivan Saric right now is a team.
Right.
And they're going to share the prize money. They're going to share the accolades for the place that they're going to finish in.
And big shout out to Ivan Saric, by the way, because he brought the team an enormous number of points and great success. I mean, he himself was very, very pleased with his own play. Now, the move rook g6 is walking into a knight e5 fork, so you want to take with the bishop and not leave the bishop undefended.
Now the rook will probably drop down to g3, it seems like.
Why would you want to provoke the pawn to h4?
Not sure. To be honest, I'm completely puzzled by this decision by Giri. I would have went to g2. He wanted to put the rook on h3, really?
Really?
Giving up the g file just like that?
Wow.
This doesn't seem right.
A remarkable decision to my way of thinking, as he's just encouraging his opponent to double rooks on the g file so you can land with devastating effect rook g1 check.
So let's go rook g6. Shakhriyar still pondering his decision.
Exactly.
Rook to g7.
And now just protecting the pawn on c5 so that it doesn't fall with a check.
And he goes for the doubling on the g file. A very important concept.
As far as I'm concerned, moves like d4, d3, you've got to keep a very watchful eye and make sure your king doesn't end up getting stuck. But by the way, look at this rook on h3.
Exactly. You were talking about stuck
horrifying
pieces. What's that rook on h3 doing?
I mean, that's no way to treat a rook. Something on the d3 square is disturbing Anish. Anish knows he's being outplayed, but for the moment, okay, but what's happening about rook b1, doubling the rooks on the first rank?
A quick update, Nepo did draw his game against Garry Kasparov. If Anish wins this, he's going to be clear third.
Ooh, I don't like that decision whatsoever. Knight takes e3. Ooh, that was
to g5, protecting that pawn on c5. This is giving Anish some good chances.
Exactly. Well, first of all, h4 is hanging. Let's just imagine
king to c4, hiding that king on c4, and making space, more importantly, for the rook to come to d3.
And by the way, rook takes h4. Well, I mean,
wait a minute. No, you cannot do that.
Now he can no longer do it, but
the bishop is on f. You mean before with the rook on g5?
Yeah, exactly. With the rook on g5 and the king was on d3, but h3, f2 is hanging. C5
you cannot take
hanging.
on f2 because you're going to
C5
lose at the end
hanging.
that pawn on c5, and that is White's concept. Is relying on the fact that that rook on f5 is just simply stuck to the defense of the crucial pawn on c5. At the right moment, what White wants to do is play b4.
I think you have to do something like bishop e7, king
Bishop e7 is a problem. You lose the d4 pawn.
Good point. Rook takes d4. That clears the cobwebs. You are absolutely right, Christian. Rook h2. The players are stuck, but you're right that b3, b4, Anish is the one with the breaks. What is the times of the players? Because I noticed that the move rook e2 came with an extra snap.
20 seconds apiece right now.
Ooh. Okay, it's getting nervy.
Rook to c2.
And the rook came to f1.
Does he know he needs to win this one to take clear second, clear third?
Clear third. Again,
9 seconds for Anish. He plays it, b4, opens up the position, opens up the opportunity for any result at this point.
And by the way, his rook can slide to a3 to pick up that pawn on a7. He's done it.
That's what he's going for.
I think he's in pole position to seize this game, and a victory again brings him clear third.
6 seconds.
Rook h2, that's a check. What's happening with that runaway?
Huge development. That pawn is going.
It's a runaway criminal. Rook check.
b7.
Oh, rook e7 check.
Rook takes a2. That's a rook.
A2.
And Anish wins the game and takes clear third.
Wow, for Shaq. He was playing great through the first 7 rounds, and he slipped. What happened in the game of MVL? Not that
from the position of the kings, I do believe that MVL has won.
And to put an exclamation mark on a fabulous tournament victory, MVL wins his final game as well.
And I do believe that concludes our event. Yasser, the tournament officially, the games of the tournament are officially over. MVL is the winner of the event. We knew that before going into this round. On the second position, we have Vichy, who has concluded his event absolutely in style, in the style of a former world champion. And Anish Giri picking up the pace towards the end and overlapping Jan Nepomniachtchi, who slowed down his engine tremendously in the final portion of the event. And here's our winner of the event, Grandmaster Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Beautiful performance in the blitz portion that earned him the first place and $37,500 US. And more importantly, well, at least as important, 13 Grandchester points.
And a much needed victory, as we were explaining in the first two events that Maxime played. He did not impress, and he now, with this clear first, he has put himself right back into that race for the GCT Tour. We are setting up for some interviews with Maurice in Zagreb. Will be just a moment, but I tell you, for me, this tournament has left me at times simply speechless, and that's pretty hard, I would say, for myself. I just thought it was great, and again, I just want to give a very big shout out to the Croatian organizers for really putting up a marvelous, marvelous chess tournament. I enjoyed calling the action with you, Christian, and with Maurice very, very much. It was a lot of fun. Big shout out to our colleague as well, Alejandro Ramirez, who wasn't able to be with us for this event. Alejandro, you've got to come back quickly. Our viewer numbers have gone through the roof, and you need to save us from our further success. Okay, so hurry back.
That was a good audio.
Thank you very much.
A bit of a jab. A bit of a jab. Yes, I like that.
Somebody's on the Zoom call, but I'm not mentioning any names.
Oh my goodness.
But actually, Alejandro obviously is in Sochi, and he's doing his best to help coach some of our lady players, including Carissa, Jennifer, and Tatev. So come on, ladies. Bring back the gold.
I'm not sure whether he's helping Carissa. I do not think he is, in fact. Okay. But he does have some students at his university that he's coaching that he is helping, as well as Tatev, as you were mentioning. Let's look at our predictions one last time and see who emerged victorious after this event.
Well, we got to give it to Maurice, because he did pick MVL in the blitz. I picked Garry Kasparov, and I was so very close. Your choice of Korobov, I think, was inspired. Korobov? It really was.
He was the underdog. He was the underdog going into the event, but he put on what I would say is a valiant fight, and he gave us some memorable games throughout the event. I have to say, I really enjoyed calling his games. Those searches for his Mona Lisa, as you were calling it, Yasser, those were some amazing games. And he's always an entertainer. That's what I like about Korobov. That's why I picked him. But Anish Giri did finish in third position, did finish quite strong. Credible, yeah. So I have to say, I'm quite happy with my picks.
I picked Shaq, and Anish, as we just witnessed, won that 18th game. I don't know if they would have necessarily switched places with one another if Shaq had won. But again, remember, Shaq came into this event with 13 Grand Chess Tour points from Bucharest. So it was important how he finished. But once again, just a reminder, our tour and our Summer of Chess continues with the juniors, the girls, and the senior championships July 15th to 26th, right around the corner. Then we have the final two legs of the 2021 Grand Chess Tour here in St. Louis, the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, the Sinkville Cup, August 16th through the 27th. Ultimate Moves, a really fun trash-talking event as Team Randy goes up against Team Rex. The Champion Showdown, that's Fisher Random, Chess 9LX, September 8th through the 10th. And finally, October 5th through the 19th, the Granddaddy US Open Championship and the U.S. Women's Chess Championship. It just seems every year that I return to St. Louis, those tournaments get stronger and stronger. And here are the final standings with the money distribution, Christian.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave wins the tournament, wins 13 Grand Chess Tour points, and he wins a lot of money, $37,500 US. Vishwanathan Anand, 10 Grand Chess Tour points and 25,000. Anish Giri, 8 Grand Chess Tour points, 20,000 US dollars. Jan Nepomniachtchi, 6.5 points, GCT points. He is a wild card, so he's not going to count those points too much. These are stolen from the full tour players. 13,750 US dollars. Jan Krzysztof Duda, 6.5 points, the same amount of money for him. Shakhriyar Mamediyarov piles up those Grand Chess Tour points, 5 more after a win in Bucharest. He's doing quite well in the overall standings.
Only 5 points.
Only 5
go
points.
with his 13. That is only getting him 18 points. It's not getting it done as far as Wesley So is concerned. So Wesley is saying 5. Fine, Shaq. You got 5. Please continue.
The Singfield Cup and the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz are going to be very, very contested tournaments as we continue the tour. Alexander Grishchuk, 4 Grand Chess Tour points, 9,000 US dollars. Anton Karobov, 3 Grand Chess Tour points. He is a wild card, so those points are thrown off the window. 8,000 US dollars. Kasparov / Saric, they're going to split the prize fund, 7,000 and 2 Grand Chess Tour points. Jordan Van Forest in the 10th position with 1 Grand Chess Tour point. He is a wild card, so it doesn't really matter. And 6,000 US dollars. But let's go to Zagreb and Maurice with a special guest. Maurice, take it away.
We are with the 13th world champion, Garry Kasparov, the brainchild behind the Grand Chess Tour and much of what happens here in Croatia. Garry, we are all rooting for you. We were all rooting for you, but somehow this tournament, it was not to be.
Look, I think it's easy to explain. So it's not just being rusty. It's just these guys are professional, and I'm an amateur. So I spent a little bit of time with Peter Swidler, just a few days before the tournament, just going through this opening theory, because in 960 I'm far more comfortable because I don't have to overload my brains with, with all this opening theory. And I have to say that in the last few days, so I was shocked because we looked at some of the positions that I analyzed, before some of the participants of this tournament were born. And then in 1 minute, the engine tells you that everything I did, preparing for Nigel in 1993 is a crap. So it's some kind of shocking experience because, just I have to go over it. And again, I probably could do a better job preparing, but the problem is, just shifting from, from totally different things, having a speech on cybersecurity or recording message supporting dissidents in Iran, and just do, and then you have to play guys. And they're the best guys. This is their job, and I'm, it's, things could go better in the first day, but it just, and I was shocked. They just played Bishop G5, and all my life I played Queen B6, but now to memorize this line, so and I played lousy with Queen C7. But I have to say that I had decent positions. It's in all games. But
I noticed the time became a factor a lot. You would sit and think
I lost.
for a while.
Again, this is the moment. I was shifted to a ground that I didn't expect. So it's everything went just in the wrong direction. And yesterday I was really struggling. I needed some, spend a few days, just playing, maybe I had to play with Saric, just, to feel the pieces. So it's the different things, I play a lot online, but it's not the same. And again, it's still the same strengths. So, and Peter today, just Peter Swidler, we spoke, and he said, look, something is just, is kind of magic, because I did much better in the training games, when we played online. So then I just did hear somehow the pressure and also I don't know, I couldn't get my act together. And today this is the first game. I was very proud. I mean, that was a great game. Just this is for blitz, with energies. And then just second round with Grishchuk and took on H3. I could memorize. We analyzed with Yuri Dokhoyan, late Yuri Dokhoyan. This is 20 years ago, and after bishop d7, black has a decent position. Yes, it's an exchange down, but bishop 2 pawns, knight on d4. You know, black has. It's easy to play with black. Bishop d7, rook f8, bishop c6, and again, let's see what white can do. And then I just, oh, maybe I could make a brilliance, just total bust. And I still had a little bit of steam left, and then with Duda, you know, I don't know. So somehow I touched the bishop. I don't know why I touched the bishop. After queen b3, I think he would be not dead, but it's just close to dead. And actually, instead of even knight d4, probably bishop g4 was winning instantly. But I was overexcited because it was a good game. Just again, the energy. And after this game, I just, you know, I lost. And it was Vishy. I just played. Yeah, it's like I played like an amateur. So you don't play g4 and sacrifice on g6.
Gary, you're no amateur. I mean, I understand the current amateur. You're a legend in our eyes. We know the history you have will last for an eternity as one of the greatest players ever to play.
Yeah, but still, this was Mami Diarov. Play rook f3, give them a mate, you know. I was so close, you know. Instead of queen e2, rook f3, and I think it's just, you know, the way I calculated is probably it's a mate. You know, it's in many games I was so close.
Yeah,
and yesterday was MVL was a great game.
As you talked about, form is important, playing more. You have so much that you have to do.
Also, I lost sense of clock very often. So it was like MVL today. So it's this I was close, but at the end it was dead draw, and I just totally forgot that, you know, we play. It's not just form. It's just, you know, it's look. Form means that, you know, you can get better or worse, but I'm not, you know, again, I'm not a professional player anymore. But, you know, just as if not being forced to analyze these new lines and just going through these crazy Sicilians that they have to memorize so much. So I think in St. Louis I will do much better. Trust me.
We absolutely
trust me.
Forward.
I know that's what I can do, and this is if I don't have to waste all my energy to memorize these lines, I think I can do a better job.
Your thoughts on the fact that the tour now is expanding next year? We heard the announcement to be in Poland. It shows that the Grand Chess Tour is alive and well with great possibilities for the future.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Grand Chess Tour is I think it's a very important event for the world of chess because it's professional. When I say professional, it's not about professional players, but it's about sponsors. So we are building something that will last, and the fact is that we're expanding. That sends a message that, you know, this format works, and whatever people say, that's the online chess will replace everything. This is the live chess, especially classical chess, is dead. No, actually not. So we know that Bucharest now loves classical chess, so we have 2 events for classical, St. Louis and Bucharest, and we keep adding tournaments for rapid and blitz, and I think it's a great excitement. And the numbers online, you know, that tell you that people still like, you know, to see it as the gladiator spirit.
And people like seeing you, one of the greatest gladiators ever. Thanks so much for coming and standing up with us. It's Garry Kasparov, the 13th world champion, the visionary behind the Grand Chess Tour. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Maurice. Thank you, Gary. And let's take a look at our Grand Chess Tour standings with this, the third leg in the books. Christian, what do you have for us?
Well, we have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with 22 points.
Just a fraction above Wesley. Wesley still has an event to play.
That's the big problem. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has played all the events so far in the Grand Chess Tour. He's going to take a break now for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and will return with the Sinquefield Cup. $66,000, $250, not a bad price one so far. Wesley, so of course, he has been dominating Grand Chess Tour so far. He's just been doing amazing, 21.3 points.
What about my pick for this tournament? Shakhriyar, $100,000 in the pocket.
That's not bad.
18 Grand Chess Tour points. Keeps him within striking distance of Wesley with the Sinquefield Cup and the Rapid and Blitz to play.
Oh, absolutely. That is not bad at all. Then we have in 4th position Levon Aronian with 2 events played and 13.8 Grand Chess Tour points. Quite a nice amount of pocket change as well.
Absolutely. Alexander Grishuk coming in with 12.3 points. Maybe he needed something more than what he got out of Zagreb, but $54,000, pardon me, and
Anish Giri, 2 events played, 10.5 points, GCT points, and $32.5 thousand. Fabiano Caruana.
Can't be happy, Christian. Only a mere 7 points for the world's #2 ranked player. Come on.
That is not a good result for Fabiano, and he's definitely going to be ultra motivated to do well in his hometown.
Exactly.
In St. Louis. Timur Rajabov in 8th position, 2 events played, 6.5 points. He cannot be happy either.
Very unlucky Richard Rapport, unfortunately, only played 1 event. Why? Because he got ill. Nothing to do with COVID, but Richard unfortunately had to skip Bucharest. That was why we had this special wild card, Christian.
Absolutely. Richard unfortunately fell ill only 2 days before the event, so it was just in the last moment, heartbreaking for him. Unfortunately, he will not have the chance to recover those points because that was a classical event, and he's going to play 2 rapid and blitz events, and unfortunately for him, just 1 classical. But we do have Maurice with another guest in Zagreb. Maurice.
Right. Not just any guest, it's the legendary world champion Viswanathan Anand coming in 2nd place. Vishy, you hadn't played in 16 months. You said, you're trying to get back into the swing of things. 2nd place, 5 wins in a row. How did you do it?
It just happened. I mean, I felt I was playing well in the rapid, but obviously Anish, I'd come close to saving it, and then there was the other loss, but in the blitz, I was apprehensive because when you've been away for a long time, you don't know how you'll play. But it went fabulously. Yesterday, already I was pleased with the +2. And today it came, I started off brilliantly. I should have beaten both Anish and Duda. Completely winning positions. And I drew both. And then you always, they say, if you don't score, your opponent will. So I was kind of nervous, but this 4 wins in a row, look, I'm happier than anyone else, I can tell you.
Right, 4 wins. I stand corrected. Yeah, remember those 2 wins you could have had in the first 2 games. That would have just catapulted you. But still, the result is amazing. You hadn't played chess in all this time. You hadn't been on a plane in all this time. What makes it come back, you think, to those fingertips?
It's a bit random. I mean, a thing here, a thing there, and the tournament can be different. But sometimes you just have the feeling that the wind is in your back. And I won some very nice games in the blitz. I mean, my French with Korobov in the blitz was very nice yesterday. Today was much choppier, but still, I played well, but I cannot explain why.
Your colleague, your big rival from back in the day, Garry Kasparov, did not perform well. Your thoughts about that?
Yeah, he really seemed to struggle. What struck me was I can't tell the difference between the 12 or 13 years he was away when he played St. Louis and the 16 odd years after this tournament. But the gap was so big. In St. Louis, he seemed like a chess player. I mean, he seemed like a top chess player. He knew his openings, he knew everything, and he was playing fast. Of course, some drama happened, but here he just seemed out of it completely. And it was very surprising in the opening ceremony to hear him say that, trying to lower everyone's expectations. And I thought, is that the Garry we used to know? And maybe that was a kind of warning sign, but I mean, it's clear this is not the Garry we recognize. But that was a tough thing. And one thing I'll give him credit for, he didn't back down on the last day. He just kept going and going. So that's still, he's got that.
What events do you have coming up that your fans can look forward to?
Well, in a couple of days, I'll play no castling chess with Vladdy in Dortmund. And after that, I'm going to do some commentary in the World Cup. So bits and pieces, but I think this result gives me a lot of motivation to work again. I really sometimes, a good result just lifts you, and hopefully I'll be ready when some tournament comes up now.
Well, everybody says you should just retire because you can't compete with these guys, but I think they're wrong. Congratulations on a fantastic result.
Thanks, Maurice.
The great Vishwanathan Anand, with a resume anyone would be envious of, showing once again how brilliant he indeed was, can hang with the best of them. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice, and a big shout out to Vishy. Our congratulations. Thank you for being such an inspirational figure in the world of chess, Vishy, and what a great result today. It was wonderful, but as this is our final broadcast of Zagreb, we want to have some big thank yous and shout outs to the people who make it all possible.
The people that make us look good, yes.
Yeah, let's start with them.
And allow us to broadcast this beautiful and exciting event for everybody at their homes. Of course, I'm talking about a lot of people, so I'm going to read from a list because my memory is terrible. We do have Spectrum Studios and Silverback Video. Those are the production companies that have helped us produce this event for you guys. In particular, I want to thank the guys in Zagreb, Randy, Kevin, Marcus, and Brian, and Jen, who is here with us in the studio in St. Louis.
Absolutely. And from my perspective, I want to give a big thank you to the people at St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center. They make it possible for us. We come in each and every day early in the morning, and they're there. I'll start with Emily. She is there each and every day, not only with breakfast, but she takes our temperature to make sure that we're COVID-19 free, monitors us. A big shout out to Eric, Dennis, Koshka, Jonathan, and of course, Tony Rich and Joy Bray. They do such a magnificent job. None of this would be possible without the great and generous support of Rex and Dr. Jeannie Sinkfield. Big shout out, Rex and Jeannie, we miss you. We hope we'll see you in the next Grand Chess Tour. But to all the staff here at the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center, thank you so much.
And none of this will be possible without our producers in the truck that are helping us with everything, are whispering in our ears whenever we miss something or whenever we have, let's say, a brilliant result on the board. And of course, those guys are Kevin Depew, Tom, Kite, Jim, Sean, Nate, Megan, and Will. Thank you, guys. We appreciate it.
And back to London, says our producer. Back to Paris. No, Tom, it's the Croatia, Zagreb. We're getting ready in Croatia with Maurice to present the closing ceremony, the trophy to MVL. And so it's our great fortune to be able to be the first to congratulate MVL. He played great. He was
just a brilliant event.
Exactly. Wow.
And I have to say, a brilliant event for him, but also a brilliant event for Vishy, who is the leader of a new generation of Indian players.
Yeah, as a coach, he's doing some amazing training with a lot of the generations, I would say.
And you can bet that these guys have been inspired by this performance.
Quick question for you, Christian.
Yes.
As a coach, what's next for you?
Well, what's next for me, Yasser, is actually I will be seeing you very soon.
Yeah, baby, that's what I'm talking about.
In just a few days.
The summer of chess continues for us.
What are we doing? We're doing the juniors,
the
seniors,
and the
girls. That's going to be a fun event. I'm looking forward to that.
Absolutely. For me, the senior championship is like a class reunion. I mean, those guys are legends and people I look up to and World Chess Hall of Famers. So I'm going to have a lot of fun. I'm already teasing them that we've got the wheelchairs, we got the elevators, we got the booster cushions, and anything else that they could possibly need to make their trip. But it's so much more enjoyable, having a lot of fun at their expense, of course.
And of course, after I finish that, I will be focusing my attention on the university program that I'm teaching at the University of Missouri. We have an amazing team of players who are engaged in recruiting, in trying to get our players from overseas
two campus. That's a
the
very
problem,
difficult
right?
problem that we're trying to solve right now.
Exactly.
But those players have been just simply amazing, doing classes online occasionally. And yes, that is what I will be focusing on as we finish with the Summer of Chess.
Exactly. For me, of course, I will be here throughout our Summer of Chess, enjoying a front row seat for these national championships that are coming up, for the two Grand Chess Tour events that are coming up here in St. Louis, and of course, the U.S. Championships, that's on October. So I just want to say it's always a pleasure to have a front row seat and to work with yourself and Maurice. It's been a lot of fun, I tell you. And unfortunately, those early wake-up calls, any analytical mistakes we may have inadvertently made, it was because we were tired.
Good morning, St. Louis.
Good morning, St. Louis. Keep the coffee coming, is all I ask.
Absolutely. I haven't drank this much coffee in a very long while. I am a morning person, but those 5 o'clock wake-up calls
brutal.
have been
Pretty
right
hard.
In the liver. Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. But we've had some amazing games, Yasser. I have to say, we are so fortunate to have these front row seats, as you were calling them. It's the best job in chess. As a chess fan ourselves, to watch these amazing players compete at the highest level is just amazing. But we do have
Maurice for the closing ceremonies. Hello, Zagreb.
Take it away, Maurice.
Croatian Rapid and Blitz. We have with us the Executive Director of the Grand Chess Tour, Michael Kodakovsky, Augusta Dragic, who is the President of Super United, and of course, our winner, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Augusta, we'll send it over to you to give the wonderful trophy.
Thank you. Congratulations. First of you, I want to tell you that you are one of my favorites, and I'm very happy that you won. And please take this very nice trophy. And I hope to be also with you on other many times when you will get the trophy. Congratulations again.
Thank you so much for those kind words. Maxime, you had some difficult events so far on the tour. How does this one make up for those first two?
It was very important for me just to play well and to get back this sensation of winning. So yeah, I'm delighted simply.
This is great preparation as well. You're going to the World Cup. Are you feeling great about your chances?
Well, I have optimism on my side always, so I always feel good about my chances, even when I'm not playing well. So here, I'm definitely feeling good, but it's going to be an extremely tough event. I know this from experience.
What was the difference maker for you here in this tournament? You were always close, but you seemed to make a real surge when it came to the blitz. But what was the difference between you think, and the rest of the field?
I think defense. Yeah, defense is essential, especially in blitz. And I lost only one game. I should have lost probably 4 or 5, but. Defensive skills let me escape with only 1 loss.
Well, congratulations once again. Guys, a worthy champion. He says defense wins championships. We know that to be the case, but we have our winner, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave of France, the winner of the Croatian Rapid and Blitz. Back to you in St. Louis.
Thank you very much, Maurice. As we wrap up our coverage, let's once more go through the roster of players, starting in 10th position, and Jordan Van Forest, Christian.
Jordan Van Forest, the Dutchman, the 22-year-old youngest player in the event, 10th place and $6,000 prize money. Quite a good event for him, of course, to warm up and to start understanding how it feels to play these players.
Yeah, these very, very top players, a great experience indeed for the young Jordan. And 9th position, we have Team Saric and Garry Kasparov. They will share the $7,000. A big shout out to Ivan for a great rapid. Gary, you got to work a little bit more on your blitz.
Of course, and in 8th position, we have one of the favorites of a lot of fans out there, the entertaining Anton Korobov. 8th place, $8,000 US. He did mention at the beginning of the show that his wife told him, you better get some money in this tournament.
Bring it home.
At least as much, if I'm not mistaken, as a yearly average salary in Ukraine.
Not bad.
Not sure if he did it, but
let's see. Let's hope so. In 7th position, the ever entertaining, the great Alexander Grishuk. 7th prize, prize money of $9,000 and 4 Grand Chess Tour points. Sasha, thank you for being entertaining.
He started off slowly, but then definitely picked up the pace. One man that picked up the pace in the blitz competition was one Shakhriyar Mamediyarov, who just played brilliant chess today. He started off with 5.5 out of 6. In the end, he finished in 6th place and gathered $10,000 and 5 Grand Chess Tour points.
In 5th place, Jan Duda, as he takes home $13,750 in prize money. It's one of those situations where you think to yourself, I could have done better, I could have done worse, but he was entertaining throughout.
Oh, absolutely, and such a fun player to continue watching. This is the new generation, Yasser. Tied for 4th place with Jan Krzysztof Duda is Jan Nepomniachtchi, the World Championship challenger. Unfortunately for him, he started off hot.
He led all the way, Christian. It was amazing.
He did, but he finished tied for 4th, and he took home $13,750.
A clear 3rd place was Anish Giri, as he takes home $20,000 in prize money, some nice Grand Chess Tour points, 8 Grand Chess Tour points. He'll be pleased with this event, as I don't think he really distinguished himself in the rapid.
And he's off to the World Cup as well. Vishwanathan Anand, the Tiger 4 from Madras, has been roaring in the blitz section. Just an amazing, amazing accomplishment. 2nd place, $25,000. What a great player Anand is.
Like a fine wine, he just gets better and better with age. Our congratulations to the ever young Viswanathan Anand. And our 1st place winner, MVL, Maxime Bachar-Legrave, takes the 1st place, $37,500 undivided 1st place. He gathers an extra bonus Grand Chess Tour point, 13 to go along with his previous 2 events. Our congratulations once again to MVL. And what are we talking about? Maybe a 2,900, 3,000 performance rating?
He won about 40, 50 rating points.
Ridiculous.
Just an amazing event. Yasser, it was a pleasure to call the action with you and Maurice.
As always, a real pleasure. Thank you, everybody, for sharing your day, your weekend with us. We hope you're enjoying the Grand Chess Tour broadcast. Please do check out our sponsors at kasparovchess.com as well as Q Boutique. We hope you've enjoyed your weekend. Goodbye from St. Louis.
Goodbye.